against CCGG. No, never mind. Listen, we're just going to call them the Belmonts and Allsmite because that's what they are. They are both of the same organization, and I do have quite a lot of team drama that I have in my notebook here. Apparently, the manager for Allsmite also manages the team Belmonts. So, Talroma, the jungler for Allsmite, has a ton of information and all kinds of juicy details on everything that the Belmonts like to do. Now, that being said, let's get right into pardon me, this champion select here. And one thing that I was told by Tal Roma himself is that game number one, we're going to be having some non-jungle champions in non-jungle roles. But as it looks to be right now, I do think that this is quite a standard draft. And I will say something else as well. The Belmont players told me that if Tal Roma, the jungler and IGL for Allsmite, was going to be drafting normal, that they were going to be flaming them non-stop. So these two last picks for the side of Allsmite better be the top of the line quality because Tal Roma has been hyping up this match the entire week, saying that it was going to be the entire circus that they were going to be having on their team comps. And if we take a look at the bans, a lot of it does make sense, especially with the Lock ban for the Belmonts. Lock is a very, very strong champion. I don't think a lot of people have had a crazy amount of time to try to figure out how to counterpick it, so I do respect the Lock ban as well. Same with Amumu, a very solid jungler, definitely something that Tal Roma likes to play himself. It's a very reliable pick, very, very hard to get lost, very, very hard to get lost no, very, very hard to get behind by. Goodness gracious. And with the Jarvan being such an impressive jungler, having a pretty fast clear speed and being able to dash over walls with that EQ combo, obviously Amumu, definitely a solid counter to that because, one of Amumu's main weaknesses is actually getting in range to ult you. Jarvan kind of brings himself on a silver platter to the Amumu, so you don't really want to do that. And blocking the scaling jungler as well is absolutely very fair because, it looks like Allsmite has drafted quite a few kill lanes, so if they were able to get their hands on the Kindred, there would be quite a lot of marks going down, not just from the jungle camps, but also from all the champion deaths. Now, Irelia picked up as well. This one's interesting. It's not quite a jungle champion, but I do believe that Rev plays it a decent amount and has been playing it a little bit here and there in his solo queue games. So very happy with that one, but a Camille going to be answered. That's always interesting because the Camille into Irelia is very, very skill dependent. Honestly, it really depends who goes in first because if the Irelia opens up the engage with her E, then Camille can obviously, dodge the stun, try to go in. But then if the Irelia knows that the Camille is going to try this, being able to W ahead of time, it can actually still turn the trade into Irelia's favor. That being said, if the Camille knows that this is going to happen, they honestly want to hold on to their E or, dash right beside the Irelia just so that they don't get the extra damage from W, hold the auto attack, then hit Irelia for a bunch of damage. But then if Irelia knows that's going to happen, they can always dash away to the minions. So there's a lot of different answers that both of these champions can use to win the trade over each other. But then rounding off the draft is going to be the Gwen and Swain. Now, I know that I said that this was looking kind of standard at the start, but I really do want to take back my statement because I don't know where anyone's going. I'm pretty sure that's an Irelia top lane, but I also think that Gwen is a top laner. Same with Ambessa, and I have no clue who is bot lane. That being said, no, I take it back. I have no clue what's going on. For the Belmonts, though, Ashe Seraphine, definitely a very strong bot lane duo. Swain likely going to be in that mid lane. Although we have seen Swain support, we have seen Camille support, but I don't think that it is going to be this game just because Seraphine is online and, you can play with Ashe, which is very, very strong. And especially with the Swain, you kind of want it to have kind of a chill lane. And I assume that's going to be a Yone going up against the Swain. I want to say Rumble Jungle. Let me check my handy dandy notebook here. No, I got nothing. Telroma has played a couple interesting picks in the jungle, like a Silas and a Sejuani and Skarner. Sejuani and Skarner might not be the most strange jungle picks in the world, but they aren't the most popular, for a lot of obvious reasons, right? They did kind of get done dirty by Riot just a little bit there. But I don't know if he plays any of these champions. I kind of want to say Rumble, because Rumble doesn't seem that bad for the jungle, I'm not going to lie. He has really solid damage. He could shred a lot of magic resist with E, and I feel like with Allsmite's players, all of them are junglers, for lack of a better word, right? Everybody does play a lot of jungle. They are looking forward to League Classic to play 5 jungle roles, so this could be them warming up for that. But all of these champions can jungle, with the exception of Irelia, and I would assume Yone. I don't think those two champions would be doing particularly well in the jungle, but this team comp definitely has me scratching my head. I, I want to say that the Yone is a solo laner, because that is like where he's played 90% of the time. I want to say that the Rumble is top lane because that's where he is 90% of the time. But at the same time, where the heck are you going to be putting a Gwen into a double ranged matchup? Like they had to have drafted this specifically to go against the Camille, but the Camille kind of counters the Gwen because you can't really do anything. But they don't want to put it mid lane because Swain is just going to basically just roll over this Gwen. I kind of want to say that unironically, it wouldn't be too bad bot lane because of how much range Ashe and Seraphine has. This Gwen will just not take damage and could just kind of walk up to the wave for completely free. And if they are paired with something like an Irelia or, I mean, I'm probably going to be Irelia, I'm not going to lie, they would be able to capitalize off it extremely well because, you know, obviously the one thing that Gwen lacks is really hard CC, but but she does have a lot of slows, and that makes the Irelia E a lot harder to hit, or sorry, easier to hit. My bad. It's a lot harder to dodge from the Belmont's perspective. But yeah, definitely a lot of questions to answer. Nothing that I have right now, just off the Chrome Dome. But as a final prediction before we go into a short break, that is going to be Jarvan 5 in the jungle, Ashe Seraphine in the bot lane, Camille in the top lane, Swain in the mid lane for the Belmonts. For Allsmite, though, I Esports Cinder League. We've got the Belmonts going up against Allsmite, the same org, different teams, all in one match. And we're going to be seeing if the Belmonts can continue all of their momentum because they're just coming off of a 2-1 win against Feed the Dream. So, Rebecca, how are you feeling going into this one?
I'll be honest here. I don't know that much about these teams, so you're gonna have to clue me in, especially if you just saw a more recent fight that just took place. It sounds like.
I got you. I got you. Honestly, it is kind of the same place, but a lot of these teams have been playing with each other, and even maybe not scrimming against each other, but they've definitely seen each other across ranked and draft. So I think that there's going to be a lot of common strategies that these teams will kind of take note of. But Rebecca, I am just enamored by the Allsmite draft, which is of course going to be the red side for this game. How do you feel about the Yone bot lane rumble with the Rumble Yone bot lane going up against the Ashe Seraphine?
So, I personally, I'm a little biased. I have
Yeah.
actually played Rumble support. I played Rumble support for many years before it was very common. I've always been a big fan of it. It has a lot of poke, it has a lot of pressure that it allows to be applied onto these characters such as Ashe, such as Seraphine, characters that don't have a large amount of burst, even though they have a lot of damage, they don't have that, early game high potential that someone like Yone has. So when you play it with a Yone character, someone who has that early game ability, it allows for them to be able to capitalize on it extremely well.
That is
Uh,
also very true.
they might
And
struggle here just because of the range differential, but
yeah,
still.
yeah. Honestly, it is a very good point because obviously Yone is a very strong champion, but if you catch him lacking behind, he's kind of just a minion that can knock you up occasionally. But it's never to be underestimated. His E damage because it hits like a truck. Over in the mid lane though, Irelia just hit level 3, but down quite a lot of health against the Swain. It's the range problem. We're seeing this all across the board. Every single one of these champions are melee against basically a full ranged team, which is going to be struggling very, very much. But the caveat is that if Allsmite can get up in their faces, I mean, the Belmonts have nothing.
I mean, there's really not much you can do, but they do have a very good engage between the Camille, between the J4. These are characters that do like to lock down. That's early flash from the Swain. He is not going to be able to get out. Irelia does flash out, and that is her early first blood from Irelia, taking the hand of Noxus yet again.
Absolutely. I completely forgot that Swain is the hand of Noxus. Thank you. It's
Welcome.
always good to get a lore check. And any other super crazy titles for champions in this game?
I mean, you have your Blade Dancer Irelia, but keep in mind in mid lane here, this is actually a lore matchup here.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That little bit of lore I do know. But speaking of lore, we might be getting some team lore here as I did get quite a bit in an interview before the game, but we'll talk about that later as I do think that, unfortunately, Talaroma is going to be forced off this bot crab as, at least in the early game, the Belmonts will be pulling pretty far ahead in terms of map control.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference here, but you can see that at least early on, Ambessa does have that item back that she had to take, so she might be able to engage at least on this next Scuttle Crab. Just because there's so much pressure that this Irelia is placing onto the Swain, and especially with that Gwen v Camille matchup, the early matchup is just very difficult for Camille,
Oh,
simply
yeah.
because of that early poke that Gwen has.
Although I would imagine that a Jarvan is going to be making things easier. He actually finds the EQ knockup, but as you're saying, Camille does not want to get anywhere near the scissors. Although I guess scissors into scissors is kind of a draw, if we go by rock,
No,
paper,
it is.
scissors.
You're right. I didn't
Yeah,
even think
so
about that.
theoretically, Camille should be just fine, but it looks like they don't really want the smoke, just rather control the wave, which, is going to be pretty hard for the Gwen to do anything because even though Gwen is immune, her special circle bubble thing, Camille is a very good counter to it because she's melee.
Yeah. No, it's really just a very interesting engage that she has onto this Gwen. You can definitely tell who picked first, at least in this matchup. I'm guessing here that Gwen picked first.
Actually, Gwen was the last pick, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Ashe could be dropping down the Rumble super duper low, but it's not a kill. There's no way now. Yone's gonna turn on with that lethal tempo, stacking up with the ignite dropping as well. That is gonna be 1 kill, potentially 2. Oh, actually goes for the cleanser. Might be able to find it, but it's just gonna be poke damage onto the support of Belmonts.
Yeah, the Rumble actually got the Ignite there, which was a very
Hmm.
crucial piece to that engage. You know,
Oh yeah.
Ashe popping both the Flash and the barrier there just to be able to try to get out and still doesn't actually get any value out of it because she does fall still. So we'll be looking back at this fight. You can see Yone still has Flash. You know, there's still a lot of cooldowns that are available. He has that level
Hmm.
advantage as well. There's definitely going to be some conflict in the spot lane. We're definitely going to be seeing, this is not going to be the last time we see a
Yeah.
skirmish down there.
Oh no, far from it. I think that's based on what Allsmite has drafted. They want to fight, fight, fight. You know, Mundo is all about that push, push, push. These guys are all about fight, fight, fight. Literally every single one of them wants to be dueling at all points, with the exception of maybe the Rumble. He might just want to wait for ulti before getting into any kind of fight. But other than that, I do think that Allsmite are very, very comfortable fighting literally anywhere on the map. And with Yone being able to pick up that Vampire Scepter, he's going to be able to stay in lane for quite a while.
No, it's going to be a very interesting kind of trades out here. You can see people are just, they really want to get this early Drake because it is a counter Drake. You can see, that was an Investa actually taking out both the Drake and the Jarvan there. Able to take out the Jarvan before the Drake. Investa does fall here to the Ashe, but gets the Dragon, so it's basically worth it. Ashe does take out the kill on the Rumble. Ashe does still fall to the Rumble because of that burn damage, though.
I don't think they're done chasing. Oh no, they are. They are going to be ending just yet. You know, ending that fight there. But the Yone flashing into the ulting Swain is definitely a first for me. If that doesn't scream confidence, I don't know what does. But definitely hats off to Allsmite for being able to secure the dragon there. It looked really, really hectic. And usually, when you do have a Swain ulting, you kind of get whatever objective you really want. Up at the top lane, though, Gwen gonna have to pop the ult just to survive. Looks like that Jarvan gank really did do a number on her, as Camille was able to pick up that Sheen, which is a colossal power spike for the champion.
Oh, absolutely. That Q empowered ability is just very lethal with the Sheen proc, since it does transfer into the true damage there. You can see just this skirmish out coming out. That range advantage we were talking about earlier, just from Yone from Rumble is just not enough. There's really not much they can actually do. They have to play around these minions, and it's very tough. Like you have to play a like very safe under turret. Like,
Yes.
it's just you're absolutely right. This is just it's a tough matchup for nothing else.
Although the one caveat is that the second both of them get ulti, I really don't think that Belmonts can survive it, because as soon as the Fate Shield comes down, the Equalizer comes down, Ashe and Seraphine, they don't have any mobility, but over here in the jungle, there's a lot of mobility. Public Execution gonna go wide onto Tycon, who is probably gonna be falling? Not just yet. Actually baits out the Ignite, and quite a big investment from the Gwen. That's Ghost, that is Ignite, that's ulti, all baited out, so now this Camille gonna have a lot easier time up in the top lane.
Absolutely, especially when she's got so much sustain to begin with. That Ignite is so powerful against this Camille, taking it out just, especially when you get out alive as J4, that's a huge advantage that you're getting for your top laner in general. But it doesn't look like it's actually going to be able to be utilized right off the bat. Red side is getting these Void Grubs.
Yeah, honestly, I really do like that, but I do think that Belmonts are going to be onto them, as the Swain Eye is going to reveal all. The Jarvan 4 going to be looking for a Cataclysm here. A nice stun from the Aurelia is going to stall the fight just a little bit. Crystal Arrow goes wide, which is going to be the end of Tycon, but Baru is able to get that ulti off, and now the fight is basically over. Belmonts were able to take that one pretty convincingly with a shutdown going to the Camille. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is going to be a Trinity Force being picked up first.
Oh, absolutely. You could just see the CS difference in top lane.
Yeah.
Camille's got 75 CS against Gwen's 46. That's a substantial difference, especially in top lane. You know, every individual CS does make a difference there. Every item. Camille's going to be looking at this Triforce advantage very early on, and it is going to be a very difficult fight for this Gwen to have to take. And she's likely not going to take it at all, especially when she doesn't have Dawn and Dusk.
Yeah, honestly, you know, Dusk of Dawn is a bit of an interesting item. You know, I mean, hey, it's all good. You know, there's a bunch of items in League, so it's easy to get them mixed up. But another ulti from the Gwen is going to be popped, which, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think they found a crazy amount of mileage out of the Sown Chaos, or whatever it is going to be called, against the Camille. They've been able to avoid it basically every time.
It looked like there was a little bit of value that got out of it. At least just the Camille getting to be forced to do it back at the very least. Camille does TP back into lane. She does have that empowered though. So we will likely see a lot of money being grabbed at the very least from this Camille. You know, that TP coming back into lane just does allow her to completely negate a lot of the pressure that Gwen did have from that ult. Missed sealed fate. The equalizer does come out, and so does the quick execution. Land both of them, and a huge pick onto the Seraphine coming out of this, though. Ashe is able to slow down that. Rumble able to flash out, but Ashe is still falling to this. It does appear that Mesa does not have enough to be able to get out, but you can just see the pick off from this Swain coming down from mid lane. You know, there's not a lot Rumble could do to get out of that kind of situation.
There is not quite a lot, but that bait did actually do quite a bit. I don't know if you saw it right there. It was a tiny little moment. Ashe actually flashed forward, but ended up auto-attacking Talroma instead of the Rumble, which let him live and let him get a couple extra, spells off. Granted, he died like a second afterwards, but it still stalled the fight, which was absolutely amazing. And the fact that Yone actually got a couple extra kills, despite being at this huge range advantage in the bot lane, is absolutely massive with a capital M. And, this guy is going to be absolutely ridiculous if this keeps going on, because Yone, out of all of these lanes, should be the most behind. He's fighting against a double ranged, low-key a double mage bot lane, because Ashe, even though she is an attacker at heart, I do think that she has a lot of properties of a mage.
Yeah, no, absolutely she does, especially with that W cast. It's just, but again, this is going to be that fight you're going to see. They don't have the ultimates here. They don't have the ability. Irelia is going to have to come in here, have a nice ultimate. She has to get the ability to just zone off the entirety of the enemy team basically with her ultimate. If she misses people, she's not going to be able to get... It does look like they're backing off of this just to be able to get value on this Gwen. The Drake is given up. They honestly could have fought for that. They had the ultimate abilities. They had those cooldowns that Allsmite just doesn't have.
It is very strange, because again, like we saw in that bot lane fight from earlier, as soon as the Fate Sealed and Equalizer comes down, the bot lane of Belmonts, they really don't have anything. The only thing they can do is really fall over and die, and with both being offline, and especially with the Swain ulti in hand, I'm surprised they didn't go for it. That being said, though, Swain ulti going to be popped here against Dan, who is not going to be pulled under tower just yet, just a little bit late, but wants to keep on doubling down for it, might be able to get out, but no, the Cataclysm is going to seal the fate. But up at the top lane, though, it's not all sunshine and roses, as Belmont's Camille is starting to snowball out of control.
Oh no, absolutely. This Camille is going to be a force to be reckoned with this fight, or this entire game, honestly.
Yeah.
Between the ability just to zone off the Yone, I don't know how much value they're actually going to be able to get out of it.
Although, you do mention that you do play a fair bit of top lane. Generally, when it comes to late game power spikes, who do you think is favored, the Camille or the Yone?
Ooh, right? Honestly, I want to give this one to Camille. I hesitate to do it just because, but the anti-heal potential that you can get with Death Dance from on a Camille, there's just too much sustain, I think, that Yone just can't really deal with it. But it'll be fun to see it at the very least.
Oh, absolutely. It'll be like watching two titans clash against each other of who could scale the hardest. And speaking of scaling, I do actually really enjoy the late game that Allsmite has drafted. Rumble, I'm pretty good at all stages in the game, but especially in the late game when he gets 500-600 AP and has so many items that can burn through a lot of the health that the Belmonts have drafted. Swain is very tanky. Jarvan 4 as well, very tanky. Camille builds a lot of health despite not being the tankiest champion ever, but a Leandries is going to absolutely chew through their health bars, especially with the base slow that the Equalizer provides.
The utility that Rumble provides, especially that magic shred, is going to be very helpful in this game. Once you see the Bloodletter's Curse coming out, you'll see just how much value they truly get. TP coming out here to join this fight. You can just see the Gwen ult comes out, the Cataclysm comes out. There's a lot going on with this fight, but Gwen is not able to get a lot of value. She's just so far behind in this. Irelia throws out her ultimate hitting 2 here. It doesn't look like she's able to get too much out of this. Swain is just overwhelming, and as well as that Camille, she's an item and a half up here,
Hmm.
or at least on the Gwen at the very least. Or it's about one item more. It's close.
It's a big gold lead, nonetheless.
Yeah.
As we take a look, as we move our eyes over towards this Rift Herald, kind of a reverse situation that happened with the second dragon. Even though Allsmite has a decent amount of cooldowns here, they have to get this up. They are down in numbers. That was a huge fight up at the top lane that Belmont completely rolled over them with. The second that Swain ultied, Allsmite's comp really did start to bite them in the butt because they're drafting 5 melees against a Swain that wants you to be melee ranged. So they are going to have to try to draft some kind of anti-heal or a Mortal Reminder or a Blade of the Ruined King, just something to cut down this Swain fast enough before that ulti can find a lot of value.
You can see Yone is actually elected to buy 2 close agility here, just to be able to get that extra burst potential out of those crit cloaks. It's really showing the vulnerability of this comp, because they're trying to burst them as quickly as possible, just to be able to stop that Swain from just burning them down slowly but very distinctly against them. Swain already has Rod of Ages. It's almost it's 6 stacks. It's at 6 stacks already. We're going to be looking at a pretty significant advantage here, especially because he got that so early on in this game. We are 16 minutes in, and he has it at 6 stacks. So we're looking at just a very early Rod of Ages, just
Absolutely.
in general. Exhaust comes out onto this Yone. He's able to jump back, not able to get too much value. Ash Arrow comes out, big Ash Arrow landing on Yone. Ultimate comes out from Camille. Aquilizer's not able to do too much. He doesn't have a full item yet, so it's not going to do the full power that he's looking for. It's not going to be able to save Yone.
Unfortunately not. Oh, hold on. Just a beautiful Cataclysm. It's a stun combo from the Camille. I mean, the Ignite is going to be dropped, but it's just not going to be enough to save the Rumble. But one thing that I did want to mention is that, yes, even though the Rumble doesn't even have a full item yet, that Equalizer did basically half of Camille's health, and they stood in there for the entire duration. So I think that is going to be, just kind of showing the kind of fighting power that Allsmite has drafted with their comp. But at the same time, I mean, come on. This ADC for the side of Belmont is going absolutely berserk with all these amazing arrows. I don't think they've missed a single one yet. Actually, that's a lie. They missed their first one up top lane, but since that, they have never missed again, which is definitely very impressive because, let me tell you, when I'm playing Ashe, I'm never hitting those things.
I've had a couple fine moments, I would say, but no, they're definitely a difficult skill shot to land at the very least, especially from that long range that they were firing them from. It does look like J4 is going to be able to get out here by chasing the Rift Herald out. Oh, but he's blocked by... it looked like a Mbessa ult, I think it was.
I mean, there was an Ember ult
was knocked
there,
up.
but I believe it was the Yone that was able to cancel that EQ dash from the Jarvan. That's amazingly timed. Jarvan not able to use their getaway driver to escape with the murder that they just committed on that tier 1 tower. But of course, the gold is going to be going over towards Belmont, building, a modest lead for this point in the game. Only about 1,000.
I'm pretty sure that J4's Q keeps going with the dash whenever he's CC'd. It has to be on Mbessa's R because it actually suppresses the enemy temporarily when it lands.
Oh, I see.
So that would be the only way they would have actually been able to stop the J4 from being able to escape.
Gotcha. Okay, well, scratch that. I will absolutely stand corrected. I didn't know that cool piece of Mbessa tech.
Yeah, it's one of those small little things, but those things really do make a difference when you're playing this. The Ash Arrow actually goes through the Gwen because she dies before it, and it hits the Mbessa here. I don't know if that was intentional, but it was a very nice play nonetheless.
I will say that is intentional because obviously this Ashe, they're on the big stage. It is a best of 5. They can't be choking game number 1. Obviously, everyone has to get time to get warmed up, but you're fighting your sister organization, and the jungler for Allsmite also has a giant spreadsheet of champions and even chats from Belmont. So Talroma should be the most prepared out of anyone here. So definitely wanting to throw him off is going to be the top priority because at the end of the day, I do believe he is the shot caller for the team. Oh, Fate Seal actually to be landing onto the Ashe, but they do have quite a bit more peel than they expected. TP forced out as well, same with the Equalizer. No kills found on either side just yet, but that could be a look at a hookshot. And that is a very dead Yone. And same with the Rumble. I do think that he's going to be blasting off into space once again as that W hits, getting the slow, grabbing the double for the Camille, and just forcing that Irelia back. Down to the bot side though, quite able to find a nice little break, try to get some CS and try to hit triple digits.
Yeah, no. She's got the Dawn Dusk. She's got the Dusk and Dawn. I apologize.
That's all.
She's building on that Nashor's, trying to get some value. She doesn't have the boots. She's not gonna be able to engage in this fight. So you can see just the power that this J4 escape has. Though, Gwen has to back fully. She doesn't have TP. She doesn't have the empowered boots. She doesn't have anything to be able to get to things efficiently. There is so much lost potential there, but there's nothing that she can really do about it. Camille is two full items right now, and she's only an item and a half. Camille does back here, gets the value that she had out of those 2 kills she had before, as well as the 178 CS she has. I can only imagine how much the gold differential is in that top lane.
Right, this Camille is absolutely no joke, and the Ninja Tabbies as well is going to find so much value because basically all the carries of Allsmite auto attack, like literally everyone, even
Every
though
one
Gwen,
of them, yeah.
right, like even though the Gwen does deal a good bit of magic damage and true damage, at the end of the day it is an auto attack, and any kind of damage you can reduce is going to be damage that you want to not take. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Especially when Gwen doesn't have a lot of power here. She doesn't have a lot of the potential that she would have. But I do want to mention here, this Irelia is actually doing very well in terms of CS, higher than anybody else in the game by a substantial margin. It's a full 20 CS on the Camille, and that's the only person like remotely close. So she has, well, unfortunately, it's not enough to be able to stop her from getting picked off alone. It's not going to be able to keep her alive in situations where she is caught out, but it still is enough to be a menace at the very least to this enemy team, at least in team fights. We'll hopefully see that more often. The Ignite comes out onto this Camille, but that's not the right call because you have the Cataclysm coming out onto Gwen, not going to be able to hold too much.
Yeah, I mean, for a 2 and 3 mid laner diving into all 5 of the enemies, living for even probably 10 seconds, that's pretty darn impressive. The engagement's maybe a little bit overcooked, but I do think that this fight in the bot lane, obviously they were going to be losing it, but I think the fact that Yone did manage to get a nice tower for himself is going to be putting a little bit more gold in his pocket as he kind of draws even closer to that Infinity Edge power spike, which I assume is going to be coming up. I don't play a whole lot of Yone, but I think after Immortal Shield, though, is going to be that Infinity Edge, which means that this Ashe is going to need some armor and fast.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right now she's running on Ninja Tabbies, actually, if you take a look on the top left-hand side. Not electing to go with those Berserker Greaves that we typically see from an Ashe, just because this team, again, like you said, has so much auto-attack potential. It looks like almost the entire team... sorry, let me correct myself. The entire team of Belmont is actually electing to go Ninja Tabbies here. Every single person on the team has Ninja Tabbies at this moment.
Yeah, I don't really blame him because, again, there's so much auto-attack potential from the side of Allsmite. And honestly, a Frozen Heart pickup would be insanely strong here. You're probably going to be on that Jarvan, but I wouldn't be surprised if Camille would pick it up. But, I don't know if you're a huge Camille player yourself, but if you were playing Camille in the scenario, would you be picking up the Frozen Heart, or would you still opt for something else?
I mean, honestly, I don't see a lot of value in it. Personally,
Really?
just because when you compare it to something like Death's Dance, something like Titanic,
Oh, yeah.
Or not Titanic, Styrex,
Right.
just comparing it to these other items, there's just not enough value to be able to merit, going for that over other items. I just feel like this Camille is so far ahead, she doesn't need to build super tanky. Can elect to go more of a bruiser or brawler route, and be able to get so much more value because she's so far ahead in this situation. Just the sheer amount of pressure that this can apply, there's just more capability. You're going to see a little bit of a skirmish here, most likely. Obviously, they're trying to bait the Baron push here. Keep in mind, Gwen is in bot lane, does not have TP, while Camille does. Actually, I was wrong. It does look like Gwen actually does have TP. Up, you can see top right, just her little summoner, her quest logo.
Yeah.
But, she's most likely going to have to take it here after she backs. we're gonna see some kind of
Yeah,
skirmish over Baron, or
I
I
I would assume
mean,
so.
it,
There's
it
a lot
looks
of
like the Aurelia is already backing out though. She does have TP though. Well, let's be fair here.
mhm. Absolutely. I mean, both these teams are going to be posturing around that Baron because I do think that a Baron push is going to be securing a couple towers, which is definitely going to be putting a lot of map pressure on, whatever side loses it. And I do think that Belmont really wants to fight tooth and nail for this one because any pick they can take, you can see them fishing for it. The Swain is just throwing out never moves left, right, and center. They want to find the Rumble because, again, with how cramped the Baron Pit is and with the Baron Pit that has spawned, it is so insanely good for the Equalizer. If Allsmite can actually get a really good fight here, they will be able to just wipe the entirety of Belmont because now that Leandris is online, the Oblivion Orb as well is going to cut all the healing. It's going to give Grievous wins to absolutely everyone. And with a team that has so much shielding and healing innately, actually, we'll shut up about that. Public Execution onto the Seraphine, a beautiful combo of ultis. She's just gonna burn, and that is all she's got. The Catalysm comes down as well, as Camille gonna be looking to join in the fight, almost dropping that Rumble down super duper low. Actually, ults onto the Yoga. Wait just a moment, that shield is huge, and now Aurelia is gonna be joining in the fight as well. This could be a free Baron. This could be the end that Belmont, that Allsmite was looking for. Belmont, they're gonna be ulting the Swain in response, as I do think the fight is gonna be over, but can they escape? The Rylai's flow actually gonna be enough, and they're going to be able to catch the Gwen. They tried to flash away, but the Jarvan is going to secure it once again. Talonroba going to be getting into the fight. Same with the Yod. Wait just a moment. Can they turn it around? Their Grievous wounds is going to be stacking up all this weight. He can't heal nearly as much as that Yod. What an execute! Is able to grab the double kill and the ace for the side of Allsmite. That's a free Baron and potentially looking like a free game.
You know, there was actually a really solid moment there from Gwen. You know, she's been behind this entire game. She holds on to that Ignite until the Swain shows up, until the Swain has almost done with his ultimate, and then utilizes it during it to be able to siphon out all of that extra healing potential he gets from the R to be able to zone them down. They're able to get the pick onto the Camille. Gold goes on to Yone, I believe, there. And it's either Yone or Mbessa. Either way, there's still so much value that they're getting out of that kill. Just the sheer power that you can get out of a shutdown of 1 gold is, well, it's 1,000 gold.
That is very true. I apologize. I kind of zoned out there. Talonroba just died to the Baron. I mean, the team did manage to secure it, but he's just not going to have it. I don't know. Maybe someone forgot to take their turn.
They were fairly low when they started it, to be fair, because it was immediately after the fight. But Rumble appears to be getting picked off here. Just it picked off by the Encore. It's just not an ideal situation that Allstate's looking for sure. Especially when you are looking at that Baron buff. He didn't appear to have Baron buff, I don't think.
I thought he was gonna have it, but you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing things after that crazy fight by Allsmite, because I certainly thought that the Belmonts being up in gold, I thought they were gonna be able to take that, but no, I was wrong.
Well, no, they got the Baron. I don't think he was up for it.
Ah, I see. Well, regardless of what happened, that fight from Allsmite did definitely do a lot in terms of swinging the gold advantage, because for a majority of this game, it has been Belmonts in the driver's seat, but now Allsmite going to be 1,000 gold up and counting, as this Baron buff is going to help them push and start getting this Gwen online, which is going to be pretty scary. When it comes to Gwen and Camille, who do you think spikes harder?
You actually asked me this a little bit. Oh, no, you asked me the Yone earlier.
Oh, yeah, that I do remember.
Yes. You mentioned the Frozen Heart earlier. I actually want to mention real quick, that does appear to be what Swain is building here. Either that or Random's Omen.
Yes.
So he's going for the full tank build here. I do think that's going to hinder a lot of the capabilities. But as you say, Camille versus Gwen, there's a lot of potential for both these characters. There's a lot of sustain. There's a lot of pick potential. There's a lot of fight. Camille, I believe, is running Grasp here. Big crystal arrow onto that Rumble, picked off yet again. But we can see Yone is responding with a pick on the Ashe as well from the Fate Sealed. Not able to get too much more than that, but it doesn't look like they really need it. They still have this Baron buff. They're still pushing with it. They're still able to get all the gold advantage that they need. And with the Ashe down, they really don't have that utility if Swain is not there and ready to go with Camille. The slows that are going in to be able to combo with that Seraphine, just to be able to get those stuns off.
Well, unfortunately, Rumble did meet his maker a couple times there, probably dying for vision. But I do want to point out again, this Yone was able to do so much damage for the Ashe that even through a heal, even through an exhaust, and even through Ashe trying their hardest to get away, and a Seraphine ulti as icing on top, the Yone just one cleanse and completely one-shot the Ashe. So this Yone definitely going to be a little bit stronger than even I expected. I thought they were going to be powerful, but I didn't know that they could also grab an ADC through their entire team. But as I say this, down in the bot lane, they are really going to have to try to make a statement for themselves or try to leave and tell the tale as that Ashe leads the tempo, stack it up. I don't think it's going to matter. Almost gets the kill, which is pretty darn impressive. But up at the top side, the action is not over. This Camille going to continue to bully the Gwen. Popping her ulti is going to manage to get a slow with the ignite as well. Going to be dropping down that Camille. That is going to be a very dead scissor lady. That's Talroma able to pick up a nice and much needed breather.
Yeah, no, that Cyclo Sword, you could just see the amount of damage that has when you have the dashes that Ambessa does. It's so much value out of that item. Like after every dash, having that auto attack that just hitting with an ability at all, just chunks the enemy health bar. It's so much value that they get out of that item. They're going this lethality build. They're going for more burst heavy, like not as heavy into lethality as some other characters, definitely. This is more of the kind of bruiser style that you're looking for from that Ambessa, because she does have the built-in Omnivamp into her kit.
Yeah, that's very, very fair. But in terms of the Camille, you are absolutely right. It looks like she's going to be picking up that Death Stance, but obviously does want to be picking up that, oh geez, not the Grievous Sword. I forget what it's called, but it builds into Chempunk Chainsword, that anti-heal just for the AD.
Calling.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Definitely a lot of healing from the side of Allsmite as well. But Belmonts as well, they have 3 Ocean Dragons. This is their soul points. So this next dragon has to be all or nothing in terms of Allsmite's game plans, because if Belmont is able to secure it, I don't think this Swain is going to die. I think he might just be incapable of death.
No, you bring up a really good point, actually. There's 3 Ocean Drakes right now that are currently on the side of Belmont. That's a lot of sustainability. That's honestly value I didn't even consider with these matchups. You're going to be able to see a lot of sustain from just everybody. Every single person has some kind of shielding, some kind of healing on the side of Belmont, besides obviously that Ashe who only has barrier. But there's still so much potential going out on this. There's a pretty substantial skirmish that's occurring right now, but they're trying to stall out, at least Allstate is, to be able to let their Gwen actually get to this fight, because she's not yet here. Rumble gets caught out again in these early CC combos that are coming out of the Rumble. They're getting punished fairly hard for it. This is a level 13 Rumble. While it is matching their Seraphine on the enemy side, it's still not the value you're looking for from Rumble. You're looking for more levels, and that was a very nice Zhonya, stopping that Encore from actually getting to anybody else.
My goodness.
You can see Cat ult comes out, Giant ult, Swain ult comes out, Camille ult comes out. You can just see the zoning that they're trying to get, but they're not able to get it because they're just getting completely jumped by that Yone ult, just sweeping in and taking out the entire team, comboing with that Ambessa ult, comboing up with the Irelia ult on top of that to stop them from being able to escape both the ultimate of Gwen actually as well and Yone. So they're all in this lined formation that forms as a result of both the Irelia ult and the Ambessa ult that comes in for that Yone ult to sweep in. You have the Rumble ult that comes in with the equalizer, just that line of damage so much. And then Gwen on top of it, just truly the combo that you're looking for with this comp. It's exactly what you want, and it's exactly what they were looking for here. Just another Baron is going to go to the side of Allstate as a result, and it starts to make you wonder what's going through the head of Belmont here. Like, what are they going to be able to do to be able to stop this second Baron push? The CS advantage that is coming out from the side of Allstate. Just what do you think that they're thinking here? What do you think their plan is?
I think that, well, I don't know if I can tell you what their plan is, but I do think that I can summarize everything going on in their heads in two tiny little words, and that is "uh-oh," because I think that the Cataclysm had a bit of anti-synergy, because once the Camille dove into the Cataclysm to try to stun up whoever they managed to catch, Leon was like, "Wait a minute, there's a bunch of you lined up," and just sent it. And the second he hit 3 champions of Belmont, it was over. Like, that is so much damage from the Yone that is now stacking up onto 3 champions. The Rumble ulti as well, taking down absolutely everyone, before the fight even starts, so they drop even lower, making this Yone hit even harder, because I do believe he has missing health damage, and of course, even if the Yone doesn't have it, the Gwen certainly does, and her managing to land a few really nice ult procs, and of course, those scissor snips on so many targets that were knocked up, that were hit by the Yone, that were slowed by literally everything on the side of Allsmite. It really just goes to show that at this point, Belmont might have just played a little too passive. They didn't abuse Allsmite enough, and now Allsmite, they are insanely strong, and we're probably going to be seeing, if the Camille ever loses a 1v1 to literally any of the solo laners, I think that is going to be the nail in the coffin for Belmont.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agree. No, just for clarification, Yone does have Bork in this situation, but the Ruined King, which does do a percentage of current health damage. That's the only percentage health he actually does have.
Gotcha.
Gwen has percentage maximum health damage, but
Yes.
most of that damage that you're going to be seeing here is going to be from Gwen. It's going to be from Rumble. The rest of people, I mean, Voltaic Cyclosword does have a little bit of percentage health damage, or actually it's quite a bit, but I don't remember the exact percentage off the top of my head, though. There's not a lot of like health stacking champions on this Belmont team, except for, you've got the Swain. J4 is just trying to stack health just to be able to get a little bit more value, but he still has to build AD to get the capability that he wants out of, his ultimate, out of his Q, that armor shred. It's not going to get as much value because you don't have the damage out of the abilities if you don't have that AD. So he has to elect to go this more of a brawler route with the Black Cleaver, with the Sundered Sky, with Guardian Angel, which he's had for quite a bit of time. I don't think we actually touched on that. Trying to get that advantage of, being able to ult, being able to die within his ult, and then being able to come back without having to take down the wall when he doesn't have the escape that he needs.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, honestly, we've been agreeing with each other a lot in this game, but honestly, I think that one of the things that's, maybe we would have some disagreements is, honestly, with how this game was, looking based on the draft, because I certainly thought that Belmont was going to have the upper hand in this one, and obviously we could see what was going on, but when you saw this draft initially, what was going through your head?
My initial thought was Allstate wants to jump on these guys, and
Yeah.
Belmont wants to jump back. So my biggest worry for this team comp was going to be that Rumble was going to get caught out with these fights, because he is the only person who would be stuck in the Allstate backlines during these fights. But on the contrary, he's actually been the engage for a lot of these fights in the front lines, like he is right here, getting hit by the Encore as well as Irelia. Rumble is going to most likely fall here. Crystal Arrow does miss because of the Zhonya's. Flash comes out, does not actually make it over the Cataclysm wall, which is able to land on 3 people there. Fate Seal does land onto J4, but that is the only person it actually lands on. Guardian Angel is popped for the Yone. We'll see the res coming out here. But there is a big fight coming out here on the left side. You can see the Irelia is trying to take out 3 other people from the Belmont side, while the Camille is stuck facing off against the Yone, the Mbeza, and the Gwen on the Allstate side. So there was this kind of 3v1 situation happening on both sides, and not only did the Camille lose in the right side, she also lost because the rest of her team wasn't able to pick off the Irelia. You can see Gwen is engaging here, a lot of burst damage that she has now, be able to pick off that Ashe so easily. J4 just trying to make his way out after trying to steal it, but missed. He's not going to be able to get too much value. He's just trying to stall this out. Even if he is able to get out, that is a soul on the side of Allstate. that's going to be possibly even another Baron. This is rough. This is not the turn of events you were looking for. Bounties coming up for objectives on the side of Belmont, and suddenly you're looking at an 8k, almost 9k gold deficit from the 7k or 6k, whatever they had before,
Mhm.
lead that they originally had. This is a huge turn of events. This is exactly what Allstate was looking for, and they're able to get these jumps that, honestly, I'm baffled. Even I was not expecting such a turn of events, but Yone is caught out here.
Yep.
He's there's no way. Like, surely he won't, right?
Okay.
Okay. He does get picked off by the Camille there. It did look like he used quite a bit of resources for it, though. Exhaust had come out, it looks like, as well as Camille ult. Um,
I do think that in the grand scheme of things, this is very worth it for Belmont, because now Allsmite's main damage dealer, because as we've seen in a lot of these fights that have kind of turned the tides against what we certainly thought was going to happen, that was all Yone's doing. It was just the Fate's End, same with, or Fate Sealed, excuse me. Oh, wait just a moment. Crystal Arrow going to be landing with the counter engage from the Abessa. Maybe it was a little bit of an overcook for the side of Belmont. She goes down immediately. A beautiful equalizer is going to chunk so many. Seraphine going to be dropping down super duper low over with the teleport as well. Grabs another
Flank
one
come out
from
the
Red,
flank.
and Swain, they're going to try to do anything, but they get melted like butter in the river. And that is, I mean, like you said just a little bit earlier, that's going to be a third Baron for the side of Allsmite. That Soul definitely putting in work, keeping everyone just over so much alive. And, we certainly thought that this Camille was going to run away with the game. I think that, using their ulti against the definitely one of their best solution, or the best plays in this game. But at the same time, you used so much on the Yone that you had nothing left for this fight that just happened. And Allsmite just kind of rolled over you.
No, you could just see that the Ashe was actually caught out there by the Ambessa ult, and that was, the ideal target for that ultimate. That is exactly who you want it to go on. And just the amount of burst that comes out onto that Ashe, very quickly falling to this team. She isn't able to get the value out of something like Hex Optics. She isn't able to get the value out of the Mortal Reminder, the anti-heal that she has. And, this, you can see she's building a board here, but there's not a lot of... Seraphine actually caught out here. I wonder what she was doing. She must have been trying to get vision of some kind.
It's the curse of the supports. We all do the same thing. I'm guilty of it.
Yeah,
dying for vision, but that's not really the place you want to die, especially as they're sieging your tier 3 with a Baron empowered cannon minion. I mean, as if these fights weren't hard enough already. Now you're gonna have to fight on their terms, because if you just sit around waiting, they will just destroy your towers with a beautiful engage. Not gonna go off though. The crystal arrow isn't gonna be able to hit the Yone, which is definitely the target you want. But he was able to escape with that E, and look at the damage this team has drafted. The equalizer takes down 2. Camille, the reigning queen of this entire game, has fallen, and so will the towers. The Gwen is dealing so much damage with that Dusk at Dawn.
Holy cow.
Right, it's just going absolutely crazy. And the Zonia's for style points to end off game 1. Swain's going to try to ulti, but it's just not going to matter. Allsmite just completely ran away with that game.
Talk about utilizing a comeback and just the gold advantage that they got eventually. They were so good at utilizing it. There's a lot that happened in this game. There was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of, push and pull that occurred, but it wasn't when you wanted it necessarily. Allstate kind of bought their time. They waited it out. They got the opportunities they needed and then pushed their lead. They got the advantages they wanted out of the Aurelia, out of the Gwen, out of the Yone, and then they were able to kind of stagger and slow that kind of lead that they had to be able to allow people like their Rumble and their Gwen to be able to fully scale up and allowing them to get their full damage potential.
Absolutely. I think that's when it came to Allsmite's gameplay, and once top lane started to go down the pooper, I do think that they did just kind of want to sack the Gwen and just say, listen, just go take the side lanes. We got to make sure this Yone gets ahead because if he's not able to get ahead, we don't have any team fights. I mean, sure, the Rumble does deal a lot of damage. He really, really does. But actually, wait, I might just be eating my own words. This Gwen seems to be the true carry of this game, and maybe that was the plan: is to just get the Yone online to make him the threat, and then let the Gwen scale up through those side lanes that they were able to take so many of. And the gold graph really does say it all. At the start, it was kind of going in their favor. They found a few early kills, but then after that, in that mid-game power spike, we did see so much domination from the side of Belmonts. They were able to secure basically, through dragons back to back to back. They were winning all kinds of fights with that Swain ulti. But again, I know that the Frozen Heart wasn't the best item choice, at least for the Camille. I do think that it would have found a lot of value for that, minus attack speed aura, especially on something like a Swain or even a Jarvan, who is going to be diving into a majority of the champions that Allsmite drafted. And in hindsight, it might not have done too much, as that Gwen was doing way too much magic damage. I do think that it would have kind of eased the bleeding a little bit in the mid game.
Yeah, it definitely would have made a difference, at least for the Yone. But like when you have the
Mhm.
option for Random's Omen, when you have the option for Thornmail, there are other options
Yeah.
to be able to deal with this team. You have Mbeza, who has built-in healing. You have Gwen that has built-in healing. You have
Mhm.
Yone, who's got the built-in shielding at the very least, and then has
Yeah.
the Bork that he buys, which gives him the more healing. There's a lot
Mhm.
of sustain that comes out from this red side team that while Belmont drafted quite a bit of sustain themselves, it was more shielding. It was more capability of
Yeah.
sustaining in fights in terms of their potential to soak up more damage rather than heal through the damage that they take. So, although they had the advantage in terms of sheer amount of uh, health, like in terms of just
Mhm.
regular health, which is very useful against people who are like Gwen, who are like Rumble,
Mhm.
that deal percentage health damage typically. They still were not able to get the full uh, benefit that they could have gotten, that they should have gotten,
Mhm.
as soon as this team actually came online. You have Gwen,
Yeah.
who is such a capable champion on her own, by herself, that uh, I apologize. I appear to have rambled on for a little bit too long. We're actually going
That's
straight
okay.
into the draft here.
Absolutely. I want to
Um,
see game two.
I
Actually, you know what? Here, I'm actually going to drop some team lore because I meant to drop this a little bit earlier. But actually, the jungler for Belmonts, Mr. Tycon, he actually has only been playing for a couple seasons. Like he's not a veteran like a lot of these other players are. He actually comes from a game called Smite. Rebecca, does that name ring
oh,
a bell or not so much?
it does.
Okay,
I
okay.
won't lie though. I personally do not have as good of insight on Smite though
Oh,
as
that's all good.
I'm sure other people do, but I know it
Yeah.
as the oppositional game to League of Legends though. It's
A
the
little bit, yeah.
counterpart at the very like it's their rival almost in terms of like
You could say
MOBAs.
that, yeah. Smite is a MOBA, but the main point is that Tycon had been playing Smite for 8 years. He is an
Oh
absolute veteran in the
gosh.
game. But after Smite 2 came out and was a big letdown for him, he actually switched over to League of Legends. And funnily enough, something that we League players take for granted, that top-down view, that actually really messes with him because, of course, Smite, you are third person most of the time. Sometimes you go first person, but the point is that this view change might have actually impacted a lot of those Jarvan fights because even though he did hit a lot of knockups, maybe just maybe in those hectic team fights, he's just not getting the display that he wants. But heading into the second game, speaking of rambling, let's ramble on about this draft because Belmont's looking to draft the Amumu, Orianna, and Brahma. Talk about a killer alt combo.
Mm. Yeah, no, the Amumu engage with the Orianna Shockwave. That's just there's so this
Yeah.
is a staple composition. The
Oh
only
yeah.
more staple you could get would be J4 Orianna, but obviously they've already
Right.
picked
Right.
J4, so they aren't going to be seeing it here. What I'm actually curious about, what I'm looking at when I see this comp, I'm actually looking at Allsmite personally,
That's me too.
and I I want to know who's going mid.
So you would think it's Locke. You really would think it's Locke. I actually wait, no, I'm gonna try that again. You would think it's Diana, but I do think that it is gonna be Locke. Wait, no, I lied. It's Nefiri
So then
jungle,
who's going
Diana top.
jungle?
Uh, wait, yeah. Wait, no. Nefiri jungle, Diana top, Lock mid. There we go. That sounds more
Okay.
like it. Yeah, I'm pretty
So
sure.
we are going to see Diana top here.
I would imagine so,
You
yes.
think?
Obviously, there are still a couple champions they haven't drafted just yet, but I do think, based on just how Diana plays, she low-key a tank, definitely wants to play as an assassin, but has had a lot of success on a bruiser build. So I do think that it actually does have a home in the top lane, but obviously, very matchup dependent, but it is a flex pick. Worst comes to worst, just stick it in the jungle and hope for the best. Nefiri could play top. Locke is meant to be a mid laner. I think they could probably play top because there are a lot of top lane champions that have very critical abilities, and Locke has a CC buffering blink plus a dash, so I think he would be able to stay quite safe.
Do you think that the Diana has a support possible potential here?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. A support Diana would go kind of bonkers. I won't lie to you.
They were
Yunar,
trying out some of these very,
uh,
peculiar picks that we've
true.
seen, in that first comp. Maybe they're gonna. I don't know.
You know what? As you're saying it, I don't mind the support Diana. Diana brings everyone in. Locks AoE execute is obviously in an area. Fights around dragon. It doesn't matter if the Diana dies if they're a support because that's kind of their job anyway. Is to just get the big ulti off and that's it. So I actually really do like your thinking there. And the Fury Q as well. Definitely area. Nope. No.
there
I,
was a non-selection here, so
he doesn't
I'm
need a champion.
no. What was the selection?
Imagine it's like a Nunu or something. just because like the
Is it
team
actually
Allsmite.
Nunu?
I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, their team Allsmite, I feel like they just want to draft jungle champions. I feel like this is the jungle champion game, aside from maybe Locke, although I wouldn't put it
Interesting.
past him to play him as a jungle.
Who's the ADC?
So
Or
well,
who's the bot laner, I should say. I should
I
clarify
think
because it might be an APC here. There is a potential here. But
okay, so putting the thinking
they
cap
did
on.
draft the Nunu Willop. I want to clarify. We were
Okay,
kind of joking about it a little bit, but they did actually draft it. So
I respect it.
who's the
So
who's the
I
bot
think
laner here?
okay, so if we take a look here, obviously if you have Nunu Diana, that's a lot of power because again the Diana brings you back into the Nunu ulti. Nunu has some really nice engage with the W. At the same time, I feel like the Nunu does want to stay in the bot side because taking dragons like it's genuinely the freest thing in the world, and with how much emphasis Belmont had on dragons in the previous map, I wouldn't be surprised if that is their thinking. Now Pantheon is interesting, right? Because they've almost unanimously been played as a support. But if it's a Nunu, again, I don't think that Allsmite is very afraid of melee ADCs or APCs, what have you. Ooh, wait, Loki, it could be Locke because Locke does have that W, which does give him a lot of healing back. And with the amount of burst that Belmonts has drafted, obviously Braum doesn't hit the hardest, but that concussive blows plus the Yunar auto attacks, Locke does make a lot of sense because that heal does go through CC. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's Locke and maybe Pantheon, Nunu in the jungle, Diana top, and Nefiri mid.
I'm gonna be a
Yeah.
little bold here. I
Okay.
I think that I still think Diana is gonna be our APC here, our bot laner. I think Pantheon's gonna be support most
Right.
likely. We're gonna see the Nunu Willett most likely in mid, I think.
Right, right. Okay.
Um,
Good
Either
one, good
that
one,
or
good
it'll
one.
be in jungle. I don't think we're likely to see it anywhere else,
Right,
except
right.
for maybe
Well,
it's a stretch, but I think it's more likely for us to
right.
see a Diana support. I think we see a Diana support before we see the Nunu Will up, at the
Okay, okay.
very least.
I think it's time
But
to whip out the notebook and write all these down, and then you'll have to give us a little bit of a break just to figure everything out. But stay tuned. Before we cut to a little break here, Rebecca, I just want you to give me your predictions for the All Smite team here.
so the Allsmite team, I feel like I was saying before, I do think most likely we're going to be seeing Lock, as you were saying. I think actually it's going to be our
Mm.
ADC. I think it's going to be Lock ADC, like a Lock bot lane, Pantheon support, Nunu Willip mid, Nefiri jungle, Diana
Right.
top.
Okay. New mid. Nefiri jungle die on the top. You said.
Yes, that's
Okay.
my prediction here. I think
That's good.
the Belmoth side is pretty straightforward. We're
Who
gonna,
cares about the Belmont draft?
Zahen, Amumu,
Yeah.
Oriana, Nunara, Braum.
Boring. We're we're looking at the Allsmite draft here. This is the real this is the real crown
But
jewel
you're
of
going to
this
see a
league.
really good engage from Zahen here. Between
Very,
Zahen,
very
Braum,
true.
and Namumu, you have three champions that have the ability to jump into the enemies, to be able to live through those fights, to be able to stop them from getting to that
Mm,
Yunara, to protect her, to be able to protect that Orianna. And Orianna has that ultimate to be able to bring everybody back. So you're going to see a lot of potential from that to stop Pantheon, to stop Neferi, to stop even Nunu Willup. That is. I want to mention really quickly, they have Zahen knockup, Braum stun and knockup,
yeah.
Orianna knockup, and a
Hmm.
Mumu stun, and his ultimate, which is also a stun. So
Yeah.
they have a lot of capability here to stop, at the very least, even a Nunu ult. They're not
Very,
going to be able
very
to get a
true.
lot of power there, most likely. However, this All-Star team
Mhm.
is very patient. They might be able to wait this out. They might be able to be patient enough to wait for those abilities, to see it coming out,
Interesting.
to get the value from the Diana, from the lock.
Okay.
People who have a lot of slows, who have a lot of lockdown potential.
Yeah,
Pun
yeah.
not intended, I apologize.
Okay, we're gonna
Um,
have to cut to a break. That's a bit too much for me. Thanks, Rebecca. We'll see you in just a few minutes. I can't believe you did that. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Well,
I
obviously,
know.
there is something to be said about a break. Just to let everybody grab a snack and just
No,
kind of get back
absolutely,
into things
absolutely.
about that. I'm just gonna say my piece. I think the complete opposite. I think Allsmite again, like we saw last game, they want to just keep brawling constantly. Nefir is very good at jumping in. Locke is very good at jumping in. Diana's really good at jumping in. Even though Nunu
That's
doesn't
the
jump in,
point.
he rolls in. And same with Pantheon, he double jumps in. In fact, he's got his ulti,
Yeah.
he's got his W. Very easy stuns that could set up for a lot of these key abilities that Allsmite is going to have. Pantheon W into Nunu Snowball, Pantheon W into Diana entire kit, Pantheon W into Lock Q so that he gets that crazy damage from his passive. There's a lot of fighting power from Allsmite, but again, I've been wrong about a couple things in game number 1, so you'll just have to stick around and find out after this short little break.
We're already braked. We're already braked. We're already braked.
doesn't mean to be happy, 'cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty, man, we just put 'em on the show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like, what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got Gareth and Rebecca back once again for game number 2 in this best of 5 Belmont versus Allsmite, the sister team SmackDown. Let's see what's going on here. Game number 1 was pretty darn crazy, and Rebecca, I'm going to turn the mic to you. Any idea if you could recap what we saw in map 1?
Yeah, what we saw in map 1 was originally a topside stomp on the side of Belmonts, but unfortunately there was just not enough value that the Camille got in that top lane transferring over. And because the Yone was so far ahead in that bot lane matchup, it was able to stomp on basically the entire enemy team. Then the pure engage potential that Allsmite had to dive was just too much for Belmont to eventually handle. Now, when I saw this game, when we loaded into the map, we did not know where people were playing.
That is correct.
So my instant reaction,
Oh my goodness, wait.
this cheese play on the Nunu Willop.
He's stuck top lane level 1. I mean, I will say though, you know,
sorry.
Yeah.
The fact that we see the Nunu Willop in support, well, we were on break, I did mention that that was most likely going to be the play here when I kind of thought through it. But the Nefiri in ADC.
That one's a new one. I won't lie. That caught me off guard as well. I was just going to talk about our pick predictions. The only thing we got right was the Diana top. But, I mean, technically, the Nunu was top 2 because level 1, he snowballs into the Zahen, which, I mean, now that I think about it, is actually not too bad.
That's a really good play.
Right? It's really not bad because Zahen is a giant lane bully. Nunu does need to kill.
Though.
Wait, pop the heal.
The heal flash has to come up from the Nunu just to be able to get out.
That is so unbelievably poor. Belmont is being crushed from all fronts except for bot lane. The top lane is losing. Zahen already has the back. He's missed an entire wave at this point. Orianna as well had to burn the flash. It TP force too. This Zahen not having the best early game ever, but you know, one thing I did want to mention, the Nunu being top is actually really good because Zahen is only a lane bully. That's literally it. And if he can't bully you in lane, he's just there soaking XP.
You might see a good advantage just from the ability for Zahen and Amumu to combo with their ultimates. But you know, a lot of Zahen's power does come from his sustain, does come from his healing, and he's just kind of a threat in his existence. However, that is not really relevant until, you know, later on. In this meantime, it's mostly just going to be Zahen zoning off this Anna fairly hard.
I would say so. I think it's time to call in the Nunu again. Unless it's going to be a bot gank. The snowball could go kind of nutty here. They are going to look for it. Braum gets caught. But, you know, the root is going to be coming down. Pantheon going to be hit with a concussive blows over in the mid lane, though. Ignite dropped, but Block not able to finish the kill. Back over to the bot lane. Just barely avoiding the stun. Pantheon. Wait, whoa. He's flashed away.
Flashes out.
Just barely avoiding it. But no, Amumu dashes in with that bandage toss. Is able to get it. Lethal Temple still stacking from the Yunara. Is looking to take out Nefiri, but Nunu's not done. He wants more action. Snowball into the ADC. It's going to fall. But wait, the shield of the
barrier.
Oh, goodness. It's a giant commitment of every single summoner spell in the bot lane and also the jungle. But Belmont still managed to come out on top. Up at the top lane, though, we're still not over. Diana just barely flashing away as a level up is going to stop these ahead from dying. Oh my goodness.
That was a lot jumping around, and a lot of things were happening. We saw the Ignite come out in mid. We saw the teleport come out as a result because Orianna had to back. We saw Diana actually get behind and level there. because she actually teleported back to lane late, unfortunately, in order for her to be able to come back with those full boots. It just, there wasn't a lot of value that came out of that top back at first, simply because it came out so late. You can see Diana has Electrocute. You know, she's going to be going for those shorter bursts. Locke, definitely a champion that we are seeing a lot more. It's very relevant in our more professional games here. You can just see the amount of CC that this bot lane has to deal with. The Nunu, I'm still baffled that they're running this Nunu into a Braum, personally.
Right, it's certainly something to say, but one thing I do want to mention is I believe it was before we got on stream, you said that this one was going to be a pretty quick game. I think with the way it's going, you might be right. I don't think Allsmite's comp is going to be very good late game, especially not with a Zahen and Yunara. And with one of the synergies you were mentioning, actually, you know, I'll give you the floor for that one. Belmont does have some ridiculous synergy with this Yunara.
So, Yunara has a passive where she has the ability to apply magic damage on hit. And I realized when we were actually going through this, Amumu's passive turns a percentage of magic damage into... Oh, really quickly, Diana ult comes out onto the Zahen with a Nunu snowball yet again, hitting him for the knockup, stopping him from being able to escape, and he does fall for it. He's not yet level 6, it appears, so he still didn't have that ultimate to be able to escape even. So that's a huge advantage on that top side. But yeah, going back to the Yunara here, Yunara's passive does apply magic damage based on amount of AD that's being applied, and the AP ratio that it obviously has. But Amumu's passive enables for champions to deal 10% of their magic damage as additional true damage. So Yunara applies AD and then applies AP, which then gets transformed into more damage with the true damage from Amumu.
Yeah, it's a lot of magic damage that they can deal, and one thing I mentioned as well is, of course, the Abyssal Mask that is going to be going on. But wait just a moment, we're seeing the Nunu special, ladies and gentlemen. Get the Kesha streams going in hot. That's a beautiful shockwave to counter. Unfortunately, the Locke ulti is going to miss, but this might be a kill anyway. Nunu, you've got to die for it, man. Just commit to the bit. Locke going to be able to get it. Not able to dash out in time. Would have been able to save himself if he was able to get over probably that's Raptor wall, but not going to happen. I do really like the
bandage toss land on the stun that he got hit by. It looked like it locked him under turret. I apologize again. That was not intentional. I don't mean to be making lock puns here. I truly don't. But like I guess what's a better? I can't really think of another word besides lockdown. Trapped. Yes. Okay. He was trapped under turret.
There we go.
Yeah, that's better. But he was trapped under turret from being able to escape, and there just wasn't, he doesn't have ult yet. Sorry, he doesn't have flash up because he just used it to engage. So obviously he wasn't going to be able to get out. Obviously he was looking for that ultimate to be able to get the resets, to be able to stack, because it does stack up, quite a bit in this game.
This pours ahead.
There's a lot of value that Zahen is getting out of this sustain. The ultimate comes out. Amumu comes out with the bandage toss into the.
My goodness.
His ultimate, the Curse of the Sad Mummy. That's what it is. A lot of value comes out. You can see the Fury is getting quite a bit of damage onto Yunara. She doesn't have the escape. She doesn't have, the sustain, the utility that a lot of other ADCs have. The trap down that comes out from Nunu Willa, just stopping Braum from being able to escape. He can't jump to those other minions if he's knocked up. So
Nunu's carrying. I don't care what anyone says. This guy's him.
Nunu's doing a lot here, though. In all seriousness, it's a lot more than it's a lot more presence on the map that you would typically see. I want to mention really quickly, there is likely a support item disadvantage that is likely on this Nunu Willem. The quest the quest negative that you get out of roaming too much. I think that this is a very old Nunu playstyle, like an old support playstyle, that they're not going to be able to get the benefit fully out of, especially in that late game, because that quest is going to be so slow. just because of the disadvantage that they have. Nunu apparently trying to get this gank again, the snowball coming out in the top lane, just harassing this Zion. It feels like just so extra at this point. You know, Zion having taken up a lot of harass in the very, very early game, going into the mid game, or the middle laning phase, but
oh my god.
another engage.
He just does not quit, and he will land the snowball this time. That is absolutely worth it in my books. I mean, look at this guy. He does not care. He's going to be level 6. Oh, I mean, he did just hit level 6. I was going to say he's going to be level 6 at like 12 minutes. He's not going to get any level ups, but I really don't think he cares because he's going to have so much impact on the game. And as literally any other support champion, how do you match a Nunu? Like, he's rolling all over the map with a giant snowball, you know, going literally in between rivers, ganking top, ganking mid, ganking top, ganking mid. As any regular support champion, you can't match that unless you have water walking and a karma shield, or a mantra shield for that matter. So even if he is going to be behind in the support class, I think he's perfectly happy. I think he's fine just saying, hey guys, I'm a minion with a snowball. That's okay. Do what you gotta do. And Braum is just completely stunned by Nefuri's aura that they don't manage to hit the ward as soon as it gets placed.
So, right now, when we're looking at this mini map, you can see right now there's a lot of red side vision. There's a lot of, counter to this bot lane that they have, just being able to simply see it. The flash comes out from the Yunara, able to get a nice escape, ult coming out, be able to enlighten, takes out the Nunu will up, not able to get enough power onto that Braum to be able to take him out. Ultimate comes out for the Defuri onto this Braum, going to be able to get a lot of power, but not enough. Being able to target the support over the ADC, not the best call. A move comes in from late, getting that Pantheon, but Locke does have managed to get his ultimate this time. We will see the Diana being able to win this one up on top lane, simply because the flash did not actually cancel Zion's auto attack enough to be able to actually get the passive procs that he needed to. Nefuri looking for the Yunara here, not going to be able to get it, but I did want to mention before that, though, immediately before that, there is quite a lot of power that this Mumu is holding right now. Mumu came into that fight with the full Leandres. So he went in having that damage, having more than what other people expected. There's a Pantheon ult coming in here to engage onto this Orianna to try to get some value, but Pantheon gets picked off here simply because a Mumu locked him down. A Mumu ends up catching the Nunu as well off guard and stops him with a bandage toss, simply destroying Nunu in the process. That was not the kind of play you want to see from your jungle and support as a mid lane player. I can imagine this Locke is not thrilled with that outcome.
Like, yo, can you please stop beating the Orianna? I'm having a hard time as a melee versus range, and you're running it down in my lane, committing 2 ultis to this gank that just did not pan out. Oh my goodness. This Nunu is just shy of being Disco Nunu from old League of Legends. But the fact that he has CC means that it's unironically really not terrible, which is the worst part, because if you are 1-5 at 12 minutes into the game, you've got to change something because it's just not working. But it doesn't matter. He's a Nunu with a snowball. How do you deal with this giant snowball? Obviously, with the amount of gold that Belmont has accrued, I don't think it matters anymore. This Yunara is just out of control. They already have the Kraken Slayer. We've seen how sour these fights can go in the bot lane if the Yunara is left alone, and with how quickly Braum auto attacks, it's just so hard to deal with his passive. And another gank in the bot lane is going to secure the dragon once it comes up.
Miss.
The Braum ults have been very tough, but at the same time, how do you really hit a drifting Nunu?
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. I can't really argue with that one.
Yeah,
it's not going to be an easy ultimate to land to begin with, right? Just because it does take so long to travel. They'll look to engage here at least while they're under turret. The Braum does get that stun off the Q before he E's, and that just Yunara tower diving, trying to get that pick, but it's not going to be enough damage yet. Braum trying to tank up this turret just to be able to let that Yunara get the benefit out of her ultimate, the enlightened one. But there's the transcended ones. I apologize. But there's just not going to be enough that's gonna come out here. They're still trying to pick off at least just the Nefiri.
Wait, is he
Nefiri,
mad?
you know, Braum gets that jump off onto those minions, able to jump away, stops the Nefiri from being able to kill him right off the bat, and Nefiri falls because of it. So, you know, Nefiri used an ultimate there, used a lot of abilities to be able to engage completely, just to be able to pick off that Braum who was already low. But Braum just has a lot of resistances. Base. Combo that with the
Stand
shield.
behind me.
Well, that along with the shield of the Iron Solar, the Locket of the Iron Solari.
Oh yeah.
Just the capability that provides of just sustain in general. He was able to live through most of that. Nunu caught out by this cry, has to try to get that shield, trying to survive, but honestly, I don't see the reason why they did that. You can see Nunu actually elected to get the rocket belt here.
Oh yeah, that's tech. See, because in case he misses the snowball, he still wants to get in range to root someone. But you know, I did say worth when Nunu died there in 1v3. That's because Curse of the Sad Mummy was invested in. That's a big ulti, right? It's got a big cooldown and a big range. So the fact that Belmont used it on the 1-5 Nunu, I think he's perfectly happy with that. He's like, hey, that's awesome, guys. Now you're not stunning by Nefiri, now you're not stunning by Locke. I mean, they're all horribly behind, but that's not the point. The point is that now the Sububu is going to have a harder time CCing a lot of these wild cards that Allsmite has drafted. That slow is going to be popping out of the Yudara. That Yudara is as good as dead. A big shutdown for Locke as 2 teleports are coming in, and Nunu's driving straight into the front lines, baby. That's how he does it. He's dying in battle. He's doing his part. Barrow on a killing spree, and that's, you know, dare I say, a couple wasted teleports. I don't think they were too happy coming out with just the 1-6 Nunu's head.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too thrilled because especially, you know, Locke getting those stacks that I mentioned before, his ultimate does stack up, then execution threshold increases. You know, Diana actually got top turret there as well, just because Zihan did TP to bot lane. So they weren't able to get as much value in general, but on top of the Zihan TP, there just really was no benefit. You know, Nunu's not worth that much gold. Right,
he's not. He's worth a health potion at this point. But I do really like the double down behavior that he's got going on, because instead of buying a support item, like usually when you're feeding as a support, you're like, okay, I'll get a locket instead of a death cap. He's like, no, I need this rocket belt, and he's just sending it. I think he's beyond caring at this point. Yeah, absolutely. I respect it too. But the Yudara, like the alarm bells have to start ringing. She's 4-2, and she's not supposed to have the greatest early game. But I guess against Nefiri, I'm not too familiar with the matchup. I'll be honest. It's hard to say. I do think that it is going to favor Yudara 99 times out of 10, out of 100, excuse me, because she is ranged versus melee. But this bot lane is just getting so much attention, and unironically, the Nunu is dragging so many people down bot lane. Zahen's down here again. Literally everyone from the side of Belmont is bot lane. The tier 1 tower is still up. You have, I mean, arguably the 2 weakest laners on the side of Allsmite that are trying to defend this with their lives, and Diana's just going to be able to probably even get a free tower top lane.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of value potentially coming out of this, simply because they're sharing the gold between the entire team here. And Rift Herald actually lands against a wall here, so it won't actually get the slam into that tier 2 turret that they were looking for. So they won't be able to get the benefit of the tier 2 plate. They won't get the benefit of the money that they're looking for. Diana's going to get that full turret in that top lane. You know, they have nothing to be able to stop her. Nothing to be able to get to that lane fast enough to be able to stop or even try to prevent it. You know, even just delaying the backs right now, Zahen just backing. It's going to be a crash into that top lane turret. Going to be able to get such a benefit out of this back, and I would not be surprised to see a you know, the Shadow Flame here bot just flat out from Diana. Oh, not yet. She elected to get boots instead this time, as opposed to the game before where she didn't get the upgraded boots until quite late into the game. Definitely trying to avoid that this time.
Yeah. Oh, the Fury caught in a little bit of trouble. I do think that Orianna is going to be willing to chase it. Oh,
Shockwave with the flash missed.
Oh, that's not going to go in the montage. Unfortunately, Orianna not quite expecting the power of Nefiri ADC. And I mean, to her credit, I don't think any of us were expecting this one. But yeah, that's another big investment from Belmont that is going to be down for potentially another skirmish that is going to be coming up. But the lock ulti gets
It's
blocked by
flash
Braum.
shockwave.
I didn't even know that worked like that, but Braum going to be able to hit a nice ult. Yunara is completely free hitting. It's dealing so much damage. Oh, Nunu going to have to ulti just for a bit of a shield, but it's not going to happen. And Nunu now in the backline has this. Oh, goodness, that's a flash from Yunara going to be used up as well. Curse of the Sad Mummy is online too, but that is another flash used from Nunu, so this is so much investment for basically nothing. You've baited out the 1 and 7 Nunu's ulti. Congratulations. Yes, you have the Pantheon ulti, but is that really that important?
And you did block the lock ult, which I want to mention real quick is a projectile, and Braum's first projectile that hits his shield is destroyed. So that's the reason why it actually got blocked there.
I see.
It's a very good play by the Braum. It's very difficult
absolutely.
to execute, so I want to truly... I want it to be truly known how good of a play that was on Braum to be able to block an ultimate like that. Very, very well done. Luck ultimate is a very clear ultimate if it's being thrown from very far away, but it's still a very good play by Braum to be able to save that shield for that specific moment. A nice Q coming out onto this Nefiri. There's a lot of zoning potential that Braum has simply because of those Qs, because of the passive that he has, those concussive blows, very powerful to be able to stun, to be able to pick them off. Yunara has something I wanted to mention before, because I actually forgot. Her Q requires people to auto-attack to be able to stack it up beforehand, before it can actually cast. It actually works on the dogs, for Nefiri's dogs.
Really? No way.
So the auto-attacks, because it allows her to stack up her Q stacks enough, there's a lot of I want to say like counter potential that has. Nunu is caught out here, but the Curse of the Mummy comes out on 2 champions. Diana ult comes out. Big Nunu ult here. Getting the value of that slow and not stop for it. Zion ult comes out and it's able to pick up the Nunu, but you know, also picks off the Diana somehow.
How did the Nefiri kill the Yunara? She had 4 times his kills. What?
So I think it was just purely ultimate and or no, it looks like it was a flash. It looks like it's a flash.
Must have been. I don't know what
so
it
was. A jump. The Cyclo Sword. The benefit of Cyclo Sword.
Right, of course. You see, I keep underestimating this item. I almost never see it in my games, but clearly it's absolutely broken on you know, on Ambessa and Nefiri.
Any champion with a lot of dashes, really, it's such a powerful, the item used to be not as good, but it was still good because it slowed people quite a bit.
Right.
But now that it's been changed, it allows you to get your, like, the first person who you hit in a fight basically is chunked for it's like 10% of their current HP or something. It's a lot of damage on especially melee champions that elect to go the Cyclo Sword route. It's just there's a lot of burst potential that it offers, especially onto champions that are, you know, trying to get those fast picks like Nefiri, you know, wanting to get those resets, wanting to get that capability that, you know, it does look like the Yunara is able to slow Nunu enough for
My
couple
goodness.
cooldowns out, but Pantheon ults far and gets hit by Curse of the Mummy as a result. Orianna ults, gets a nice ult off on a Mumu. Shockwave comes out, so you see that Orianna unfortunately doesn't have ball on her and actually falls to lock there via his ultimate, but Flash comes out onto Pantheon, just trying to get out after the Diana ends up falling. You can see the little line here. I want to mention real quick, for those of you who aren't aware, Locke needs to actually pick up his ultimate in order to be able to get the cooldown reduction on it, as well as the stacks that he's looking for. So he needs to pick up that ult. So Braum, knowing that, tried to bait it out, but Elizabeth, Nefiri, and Locke are taking that fight. Zihan just trying to pick off his Pantheon. Amumu takes off Drake, so you know you're not going to get them all the value they're looking for. Amumu does happen to pick off quite a bit off the Locke. Locke has to flash out, but misses, ease over the wall, able to get out though. Nefiri, a little bit more difficult trying to get out here. Does have that E, does have W, you know, being able to dodge quite a bit, but not enough. Clearly, just because Yunara has such a capability with that ultimate that she popped there. Just there's so much that Chase they're not able to escape the way that they're looking for, simply because Belmont has so much chase potential here. Just because of a Moo bandage, you have the Braum slow, you've got the Yunara, you know, Zahen on top of that. There's so much like rundown that they have, which was an advantage that they had last game. I think that Allstate had that Belma definitely saw coming. They definitely like noticed that was a strong point in their game, so they elected to go with this route of champions that are able to guarantee that the kill actually occurs, as opposed to champions being let to escape yet again. You know, they had that advantage on the Rumble, the support from the last game, simply because he did not have that potential to escape. But everybody else was able to get out and go in as freely as they wanted to. But in this game, you know, you're seeing that lockdown a lot more, and you're seeing that the abilities that are more prone to chasing. We'll see the Fisher miss here onto this Pantheon, but that's not going to stop Nunu from trying to engage. But Curse of the Mummy actually ends up coming out here. You know, that's two ultimates Nunu is getting out here for absolutely nothing. There were no cooldowns that were popped there, but it does look like there might be a Baron pop instead. So, you know, there's a lot that was lost in that fight in terms of just, you know, Pantheon's not there, not able to get to that Drake fast enough. The Baron, there's no value in them trying to steal this or trying to stop this. They're just trying to shove, trying to get the gold from something before they watch this incoming inevitable push that Baron has. You know, they're trying to shove these waves fast to be able to stop them from getting as much benefit that they're looking for. So we'll see that Locke just trying to, you know, get as much as he possibly can here.
I do think he's going to be able to get
he
quite
might
a bit.
overstay, honestly.
I don't know about overstay. It's very hard to catch Locke. He's definitely one of the slippier champions, especially as of recently. But I mean, yeah, of course.
Just remember, they have Hextech Soul, so the slow actually allows them to chase even more.
It is a very early soul from Belmont, but at this point, I think that Allsmite is genuinely pulling a 5D chess move. I don't think they actually care about winning this game. They just want to get as many picks off the table as possible. Because if we take... Oh, actually, we'll get back to that soon. The Pantheon ulti, he's going to enter onto the fight. They're looking for this Yunara. Force the Braum Flash. He's going to split up a lot of the team. Nuno ulti not going to be finding too much value. Curse the Sad Money finds so much. Zahen now in the backline, wreaking havoc. He's going to be able to kill off the Nunu, but now the Naviri might be able to find a pick for themselves, but no, not quite. Zahen with the double kill. They're going to try to pick up the fight on the backline, not able to find the Naviri, but look at that! Yunara just barely gets safe with that concussive blows. It flashes forward right into a Pantheon Spirit. Does not matter. That's the ace. The Baron minions are pushing. I mean, dare I say, this is going to be the end of game number 2.
Yeah, no, it most likely will be here. Those are Baron and Baron minions. There's not going to be much that you're going to be able to stop here. 23 seconds or 20 seconds on... Actually, Nuno will come up here. I'll lie.
He's not useful. He's
yeah, he's going to just die, though. The Fury will come out here with 10 seconds. So you might see some kind of last-ditch effort coming out. Possibly, especially if Nunu does live here, but I don't really think they're gonna care. I just think they're gonna destroy the turrets.
I don't think so.
I don't think there's anything, because Zahen just has so much turret damage. Like, between that and... it's just way too much. Just focus the Nexus, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? For the team comp with the strategy that Allsmite was running, the fact that it almost went to 30 minutes, I mean, that's low-key an achievement. I'm not going to lie. Usually when you have a 112 support, the game is over pretty darn quick. But, you know, the Nunu plays around the map, unironically, not horrendous. Obviously, a huge gold lead coming in from Belmonts. But one thing that I did want to mention is that I do think that Allsmite is kind of pulling a 5D chess move here, because there is a lot of champions that they drafted that the opposing jungler, Mr. Tycon, actually likes to run. And same with just other picks in general, including that Diana and the Naviri that the players of Belmonts really do like to run. So I think that they were perfectly fine losing this game because it's fearless. They could just, and it's a best of 5, they could just throw whatever picks they want in this game.
So that's why they picked them. Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, I don't have that much player info. I did talk to them beforehand, but this is just a wild guess from me, because one of the things that I do know about Allsmite is they you cannot ban them out. You can't pick them out. Their champion pools are legitimately the entire roster of champions in the game. They can play legitimately anything in any role. All of these players, well, most of these players are junglers as well, so they can even go as far as to role swap mid-tournament. There is very little that can catch them off guard, and I think with how Belmont has been drafting and has been playing, I think they are kind of, falling accustomed to the kind of more standard drafts and more standard roles of League of Legends. So with so many of these very strong picks being taken off the board from Fearless, I wouldn't be surprised if this was actually part of Allsmite's plan to just start forcing Tycon, which, for all intents and purposes, is the weakest link of Belmont's because he's the least experienced in League, and force him into picking a bad champion. Because, if the jungler gets behind, that's a lot of map pressure that you lose.
You did mention before, like you said, they came from Smite, so
Hmm.
having not as much League experience, typically not a huge disadvantage because you have a lot of game sense,
Mhm.
but having the inability to select a lot of the champions that you have experience with, you're forced on something you're not as comfortable with, forced on something that's simpler. They even selecting Nunu Will up here. I don't know if they have Nunu Will up in their repertoire, but having the champion just disabled as an option,
Hmm.
either way, they're still not going to be able to play it. Like it's a champion that somebody could reliably pick up just out of the blue. Something like a Warwick, just
Mhm.
something that they're looking for that's just easy to play. Uh, it reminds me of what happened with T1 back in Worlds, where their jungler ended up asking like how Mundo worked in the middle of the game
That's
to their
crazy.
coach. Uh, like was genuinely learning the champion and reading the abilities as they loaded into the rift.
That's
So,
crazy.
if they are a good player, they're able to adapt to it. So it'll be interesting to see just how much this jungler is able to do. So we'll be going into this next map here, or next game here. They were 1-1 here. It's a tie map. Um, we've got quite a bit of potential, like you said. But Allsmite does have uh, the benefit of taking out a lot of those champions that the jungler
Mhm.
play, simply because they had that first map win. So they had the
Yeah.
ability to utilize that first advantage to use that second game, kind of saying, okay, we know this is not a good comp to run. We know this isn't going to likely
Yeah.
work, but we're going to take out the enemy jungler's champions just so that we can guarantee that they're playing something they're not as comfortable with in the
Right,
later
right.
games, forcing them into something that they, a position that they're not looking to be in, trying to stop
Mhm.
that from occurring. I wouldn't be shocked to see another game like that, even because they still have that buffer area. They still
Oh, yeah.
have, it's a first, it's a best of 5 situation. So you're looking at a first 2-3. So given the fact that Allstate and Belmonts are currently 1-1, forgive the overlay confusion. I apologize. But they are 1-1 right now.
Mhm.
There is that open capability that we might be able to see, some more strategic plays as opposed to practical ones.
Yeah, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see here. We can see the Mel's picked off right off the bat here. Powerful
Mhm.
champion, obviously, uh, but very easily able to be simply countered. They're likely hovering Timo as a kind of troll, Heimerdinger,
Oh,
not typically
yeah.
champions
Now we're
you would
talking.
customarily see in professional play, or just higher ranked play. But they are selecting the
That's what's
Heimerdinger
up.
here.
That's what's up. Rev, my
I would
man,
not be
locking in the
shocked to see
Heimer.
this as a support. I'm not gonna be able. I'm not. I
I mean, listen, there is a lot All Smite will do. I think that Heimerdinger is a step too far. I don't see how this champion would work as a support, aside from maybe ult-ing on like a Dragon Pit or trying to get a long-term engage, because you're just taking CS with towers.
So Heimerdinger support actually was meta a couple seasons ago.
Oh,
So
good.
there's a lot of
Thank you.
potential that this Heimerdinger has as a
Okay.
support. Just in general, there's a lot of harass. There's a lot of capability. You place those turrets in the bushes. There's a lot of harass that goes off. A lot of
Oh,
poke
wait.
damage. So you
Oh,
poke the
no,
enemy
you're right.
champions down and you finish them off with your ADC, but they're gonna pick Ziggs as a response here because it's very long range, so they don't have to get
Mhm.
close. So it's a very
That is very
good
true.
response from Belmont here. Very, very strategic play that they're actually pulling off. It's I'm very happy to see this because this demonstrates
Absolutely.
they're not just this staple comp people where they pick their own comps and then they kind of stick to them. They showed that with game one, game two, where they had their comps pre-picked. Basically,
Yeah.
they had these like it's very clear. These have very clear combos. Like all of their ultimates combo with each other.
Mhm. Mhm.
But here they're showing their adaptability. They're showing their ability to just play on the fly, to be able to pick things that aren't necessarily as practiced or practical, but are things that they're more likely to be more comfortable with. Characters that you don't typically see comboed with each other, stuff like Mel and Zegas, they're both very long range mages. They're both very burst heavy champions. These are
Mhm.
these are
Mhm.
picks that are typically very easily countered. We'll likely see some kind of heavy tank coming out on the side of Allsmite, or at least some kind of heavy sustained, and that's the reason why they picked the Olaf here. They're trying to be able to pick champions that are going to be lasting a long time. They want to
Right,
be
right.
able to out sustain stuff like Casante, stuff like Ziggs, stuff like Melburst. So if they simply build those resistances or build that healing, they're able to heal back or just take up the damage of that burst, and then they're just left completely vulnerable. Mel doesn't have a lot of escape. Casante does have a dash, but there's going to be a lot of distraction Casante will have to bring to be able to stop people like Olaf, Mordekaiser from running people down.
See, I'm thinking about this one. I don't think the Heimerdinger is bot lane. Obviously we were talking about the Heimerdinger support, which, as I was kind of thinking about it, it's actually not too bad because you use the towers as kind of like living wards, if that makes sense. And with how much Tycon, Belmont's jungler likes to play down at the bot side, I could think it's actually. Oh, pardon me. It could actually be a very good warning sign if the jungler decides to go bot
Oh, the
lane.
Simo selected!
That is a big Teemo selected. I actually like that a lot. It's map control, but see, it also opens it up because now, is this a Teemo support? Is it a Teemo ADC? Is it a Teemo jungle? Is it a Teemo top? We have literally no idea. Mordekaiser is, I think, a giveaway that it is going to be top lane, which I do believe into Cassante is actually not too bad. I think this is one of the few matchups where Cassante is not, completely favored. I mean, that being said, it's still a very strong champion, but the reason why I don't think that it is going to be a Heimerdinger bot lane. It could be bot lane now because his ult E is for all intents and purposes the best engage that Allsmite is going to be able to have, and in terms of AOE stuns as well. And you don't want to give that to a Mel. You really, really don't, because you're just lining yourself up for a root into Q, into ulti, into Ziggs ulti, into Ziggs Q, whatever his entire combo. But with the Leona being drafted, I could see this sorry, not Mordekaiser. I could see this Heimerdinger going bot lane because that is genuinely one of the most painful experiences is playing a melee champion into a Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. I truly believe this Heimerdinger is going to be going either support or you might see them ADC
Okay.
with this Teemo pick, just because
Okay.
they might be playing Teemo support. But I would doubt to see a Teemo support here, just simply because uh, Ziggs just doesn't have the auto attacks that
Oh,
really matter. This is a nice Trundle pick. You have a King, you
that's
have a
really
Casante,
nice.
you have a Leona. This is
Yeah,
a very good pick from the Trundle.
it is
He
indeed.
has an ultimate, he steals their health, he has their like there's a lot of shred and steal potential here. They have Trundle, they have Mord, they
Mhm.
have Olaf.
Uh,
You know,
Real quick, do you know if Bloodright stacks off of the Heimerdinger turret attacks? Like the item that shreds magic resist for every spell? Because if that shreds
oh,
based on every time
Bloodletters.
Bloodletters, apologies. Do you know if Bloodletter stacks off of Heimerdinger turret attacks?
I do believe it does. It's instances of damage, so it should be
Oh lordy. Oh, that's all I'm gonna
because
say. The Trundle is already going to be reducing resistances. Then on top of Heimerdinger and on top of Teemo or even Mordekaiser for that matter, these tanks might really not be as tanky as we expect them to be. And the Trundle pickup as well is very interesting because it can go in a lot of different places. personally, I've seen Trundle ADCs happen. It's I mean, it was pretty horrendous in the early game, but late game, it actually has a lot of power because of that 7th item. Are we going to see Trundle ADC? I would certainly hope not, but at this point, Allsmite has shown us they really don't care. You know, the shackles of the meta do not affect them in any way, shape, or form, but I don't imagine that a Teemo bot lane is actually too bad because you can blind the Leona, which stops half of her stuns in the early game, which is actually really, really nice.
Yeah. What I'm looking forward to see is who is going mid lane. Now, this has been a
I'm
question
going to
I've
say
asked
Heimerdinger.
before.
Yeah.
I want it to be a
Hey,
Heimerdinger. I want to see the Heimerdinger v Mel because I want to see what this Heimerdinger truly is capable of, and the reason why they picked it against a Mel, because I don't think that's a one matchup for Heimerdinger personally.
right, right, right. What do you think
But
about Trundle support here? Because I'm thinking it could be Heimerdinger mid lane, Olaf top, Mordekaiser in the jungle, Teemo Trundle bot lane.
you actually bring up a pretty good point here. The
That's
Leona would
right.
fully engage with the Trundle ice,
Yeah, she's just not
blocking
gonna
her
leave.
off from escape
Yeah,
and being able to follow it up with a stun because she's knocked up with the actual icicle. There's a lot of
right.
potential that Trundle would have for support, but I do
Hmm,
not believe that this is going to be a Trundle support. I think we
really?
might see a
Okay.
Mordekaiser mid, simply because that bruiser
See, I
mid.
was thinking that as well, but why would you ever draft a melee, especially Mordekaiser of all champions, into a Mel? But I do agree. I think that Mordekaiser mid is a pretty big chance.
Yeah, the Olaf, whether they're top or jungle or heck, even if there's support here, there's still a lot of possibility that they have a lot of just power that Olaf has as a general champion. I look forward to seeing how they play this out, how they are able to utilize the heals that are actually on this team between Mord, Olaf, Trundle. There's a lot of healing. However, counter argument, Cassante, Kane, you know, two very large AD champions. I would be shocked to see Thornmail as not bought by both all
Yes.
Mord, Olaf, and Trundle.
Yes. They are kind of pigeonholed into buying this, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Mordekaiser does drop the Thornmail for an orb of Oblivion, you know, the Oblivion orb, apologies, and probably wants to go for something like maybe even Azonia's instead, because obviously with Kane and Cassante, despite them being relatively tanky champions, Red Kane and Cassante as a whole, excuse me, they do have some really strong burst, and the Zonias can provide quite a bit of safety. And the same thing could be said, even if Mordekaiser is going to be going like 0-20 in lane, the fact that he could just ult someone and Zonia's inside his ulti to guarantee that they are effectively stunned for 2 seconds in the fight is actually really, really helpful for Allsmite to just kind of, guarantee that whoever is the most fed has zero impact in the fight.
I would be shocked to see this Mordekaiser as a jungler. I want to mention, just simply because when you ult the
Yeah,
Mord, you do take out the jungler. So if you're
yeah,
able to take out the Kane out of this fight, I'm sure that's why they responded with the Kane pick. However, my
interesting.
confusion is why would you ban Tom Kench and Yorick if you're planning on playing Kane? Both
Uh,
champions are very strong for Kane to be playing against. When you're playing the red Kane, it's a percentage of health damage. You're playing against Yorick, you're playing against Tom Kench. That knockup is also quite valuable. It's a little concerning to me. I'm curious to know whether they were planning on playing this Kane, or whether this was something where they were like, oh shoot, there's a Trundle, there's a Moore, there's an Olaf. Like, how are we going to combat this? Is this something that's more of a comfort pick? That they were thinking more of just comfort for the jungler, that they said, like you said before, like they're taken out of a lot of those picks that they're typically comfortable with. Like, is this something that they're just kind of forced to play as a result of losing a lot of their champion pool? Or is this something that was actually thought through, that was planned around, that was, you know, intended for this particular comp?
It's hard to say at this point. Like I feel like, as we
Because
all know from
it looks like a
Ultimate,
J4 comp.
a what? Sorry.
It looks like a Jarvan the fourth comp. This
Uh,
is the comp that Belmont has. So I feel like they practiced
yeah.
this with a completely different champion. They're going to try to replicate that onto a champion that would be capable of something similar to J4. the cane having that knock up, having the
Hmm.
ability to sustain, to go in
Yeah.
and engage. Um, we'll see if that's something that they choose to try to do, or if this is more, you know, something that was actually like, forced into, whether that's kind of as a result of those picks in that last game.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, you'll just have to come back and check in just a couple of minutes. We're going to take a break here to just try to finish drafting what's going on here from the side of Allsmite. Belmonts, we've kind of solved, that's old news, but Allsmite definitely has a very spicy comp. Once again, another 5-star meal, as they would say. So, check back in just a couple minutes with the game. Gareth and Rebecca, we're going to be up for now. See you soon.
Head down the highway side, cold wind, but it feels right. With you, I'm heavy breathing. Feels like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm not usually the type to rush into the night. This time I can't be speeding. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow. I'm taking it slow, but I just want more. I'm taking it slow, just go with the flow.
Game number 3, Belmont versus Allsmite, 1-1 in the series so far, and take a look at this beautiful draft. Rebecca, I gotta say, big apologies from my end. It is indeed a hybrid digger support. I thought that was off limits. Allsmite definitely very comfortable with doing whatever the heck they want. I thought that the hybrid digger support was too far, but boy was I wrong.
You know, you'll see a lot of value, especially on Leona. Like against the Leona, there's a lot of value that Heimer can get. You know exactly where she's gonna go in, so you can have an easy stun. You have a lot of easy bursts that you can get onto that Leona, able to stop her from being able to disengage, able to stop her from, she has no abilities to be able to get out, so she kind of has to get caught out. The one thing we did not expect, and admittedly, this is a little like. Probably should have seen this one coming. Mel elected to go into this bot lane to combat the Heimerdinger and the Teemo. So we got Ziggs and Mordekaiser in mid lane, which we touched on a little bit. The possibility of a Mordekaiser in this mid lane. Just the amount of power that bruisers have against just mages in general. There's a lot of rundown potential if you get high enough in health, high enough in damage. Simply because Ziggs takes a lot to get powered up, to get a lot of capabilities. But early game, there is a lot of harass that is capable, Ziggs is capable of, as you can see. One of the things that we will see a lot of, I'm sure, Mordekaiser doesn't have mana. Unfortunately, misses the grasp there. But he doesn't have mana, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of it. Ziggs, however, has very high mana cost. So, the stark contrast from the Mordekaiser and Ziggs, we could see Mordekaiser seeing those openings on the Ziggs, given the fact that he has no mana, and engaging that. This is a very strategic lane that you have to play. You have to play it carefully and safe. And that's something that this mid laner we've seen do very well. He's been very good at those duels in mid lane, outplaying Buru, just simply because he waits for the perfect moment. He typically waits for jungle to come in. There's a lot of damage actually coming out in top lane. Lethal tempo being procced by the Trundle.
Yeah, it's a lot of harass. These extended trades. Obviously, Cassante is definitely a tankier champion, but one of the things he does struggle in is these extended trades, and especially when the Trundle has a lethal tempo that could be stacked up as well. He has to disengage, otherwise he's just going to be feeding a kill. And as we saw up there, was able to hang on to the flash, but Kayn is probably going to be having some jungle intervention on this lane, but Olaf looks to be returning the favor.
Yeah, no, we can see Olaf actually ended up missing out on this Scuttle Crab, something that we've seen very frequently in these matchups in jungle. The Allsmite side is typically slow on the uptake for the Scuttle Crabs, these early Scuttle Crabs. So they've gone every single game. Tycon has been able to take over in that jungle, dominated to be able to get those scuttles, to be able to get that early game gold advantage, minion advantage, and as well as an early gank typically as a result of those. But you'll see here Heimer is able to assist this Olaf in actually taking out this Scuttle Crab. Do note that this is a ghost on Olaf moment. That is
correct.
Very bold.
He is
very
not planning
bold,
to
but
live.
It's very good.
Absolutely. If there's one thing that Olaf can do, that is run you down. And with the ghost being picked up, it's essentially saying and attaching a giant siren on his head that says, if I'm coming for you, the best you could do is run, because you're not going to be able to 1v1 me. And with a lot of the team that Belmont has drafted, obviously Mel is definitely one of the big targets for Olaf, but she has no mobility other than a flash. So the option to pick up the ghost instead is actually very, very good, because now this Mel has no escape pattern. But I'll shut up about that and start looking at this bot gank with Kayn coming in here, maybe just poking and prodding for a little bit of information, trying to see what's available, but nothing will come out of it.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be much more relevant, especially in late game, that this Mel will be dueling this Olaf quite a bit, especially when he doesn't have ultimate. I feel like there's a lot of power that Mel will actually get out of simply existing. Olaf has so much value that he gets out of his Q, the axe throw. The armor shred that you get, slow that it does, if that's deflected by Mel, there's a lot of capability and a lot of openings. Oh, Cassante actually gets the pull up on the Trundle, doing a lot of damage here. If Trundle isn't back off right now, like is barely gets out alive the Ziggs here. Kane will get first blood on this Mordekaiser, able to get quite a few stacks as a benefit. He does use flash as a result. You see, we saw the Ziggs flash as well. But you know, given the fact that you don't have too much, that was definitely a worthwhile trade. You know, Kane got quite a bit of form from that. Just that red Kane form, that's your target here. That's your goal. You're looking to get that, you know, pre 13 minutes, and any way that Kane can get that, he's gonna come out on top. Even if he died there, he still would have come out on top, just gaining that advantage, that early game advantage, for that form. But the fact that he came out with the kill is even better. You know, they're looking this Kane to do quite a bit of damage. You know, it's percentage health, and when you have 3 champions on the enemy team that are, you know, going to be very high sustain and very tanky, you know, you need to have the shred from that game. You know, the Black Cleaver is going to be really strong. Leona electing to go top lane here, going to be able to get in on this Trundle, easily able to Q. He's going to be able to stop the disengage if she likes to use it. It doesn't look like she is. Dance afterwards, a little disrespectful, but honestly, you know, if you're getting ganked by a support, I can see why you would be a little cocky there. Trundle is able to stop the back with the Pillar of Ice.
Yeah, that is crazy tempo interruption. He might be able to do it again. No, he's not getting off to do it. But yeah, Leona doing their best Nunu impression, trying to gank this top lane super early on, not able to make it happen. But now Cassante diving into a big wave. He's going to be ulting Trundle all the way back, but it's not in tower range, which maybe this could be good for Trundle. But as that lethal tempo is stacking up, he doesn't have a crazy amount of lifesteal. The ulti is going to be able to save him, but Cassante pulls him out of the Ziggs ulti. Thankfully, he is able to secure the kill, but that could have been a disaster if Cassante was a little lower.
He did get hit by it. Ziggs ended up getting the kill. So the Ziggs actually killed him with Deathfire Torch.
Yes, it was the Deathfire Touch, whatever that new rune is. Honestly, there's been a lot of debate on if you should only be taking it on the damage over time champions. You know, like your Brands, your Malzahars, your Demos to some extent. But I actually do think that a lot of burst champions, and especially champions with long range, like, you know, Mel and Ziggs, do actually use it very well.
There was a lot of value there. You know, Arcane Comet obviously very powerful on those champions as well. You know, very long range. The Arcane Comet game come in afterwards, especially if you had a lot of CC on your team. But the fact that it does have the Deathfire Torch, it's there's a lot of value that we get here. You see, Leona ult actually comes out here, misses both Teemo and Heimerdinger on that crucial stun, but Olaf actually will go in and contest these Void Grubs. Not going to be able to get too much, but does get the Kane out of it. Teemo does fall in bot lane though to this Mel. Mel did ult there and flash, but did get the kill out of it. You can see Olaf ended up picking off 2 of the Void Grubs there. There's a little bit of capability that Cassante's got here, but it does look like he might fall here just because he did get caught out by the pillar, by the Mordekaiser pull, and just. It looked like he got ulted as well, or they would have ulted the Kane in that fight. What are the 2 there? I apologize, I did not spot that. But we can see that there's definitely an advantage in these early game fights. Absolutely, 100%. In that last fight with the Trundle and the Cassante, who did not have ultimates for this last fight on Grubs as a result, the Trundle ended up ulting the Cassante after Cassante's ultimate went off, so he didn't get the full resistances that Cassante usually has. Because once he uses all out, he loses a lot of those resistances, he loses a lot of that health. The Turtle also got a lot less value as a result. Very unfortunate. Just the timing of that, not being able to see it coming and being able to anticipate it. But I would not be shocked to see that going in the opposite way in the future. Just knowing that there's so much power that he gets from the resistances that he loses whenever he goes all out, not having those resistances at all because they're taken by Trundle, he will not get as much value out of all out. So it'll be very interesting to see in this game. Cassante can use the Pillar of Ice, to ult through as well,
Can he
which just causes
really?
him to take more damage. So it is considered terrain.
Right.
So it's
That
able to
does
be
make
ult
a lot
through.
of sense.
So
All right.
we'll see if that's utilized here. It might come up, but I'm not too sure about that one. You can see here, right off the bat, the Kayn does have Cyclosword. We're looking at Olaf with Stridebreaker. Very staple items for both of these champions, but they're the only people on the game who actually have completed items. Heimerdinger almost has the Rylai's here. It's close, but it's not yet there. And there's a lot of value that this Mordekaiser has gotten. Likely also going to be Andres. We can see the Kayn tries to get in here with the Skank. Does get a little bit of orbs from this Heimerdinger, who is very much caught out of position. Tries to exhaust to be able to get some escape, but notices he's going to die. Elects to just flash out. Leona does pop exhaust on that last fight, so he won't have it for this engage right here. But it looks like Teemo's just trying to zone them off, trying to bait them into this bush. Olaf elects to go in with the ultimate. He's going to end up losing that ultimate because he can't get the resets. Kayn did ult. That's what caused it to happen. Mel ends up getting the pick on the Olaf with the execute that she has on her passive. But Teemo picks off the Mel as a response. Leona ends up getting this engage. They're trying to get out the Ziggs in time. Ziggs is not going to get there in time. It's too much ground to cover. Ziggs doesn't have boots completed yet, so he's not able to get there in time. Mordekaiser's staying a little bit more than he'd like to here. Not the most ideal situation. Mordekaiser will ult the Ziggs as a response, though, because he's taking so long. Flashes over the wall to be able to get out of the range of that ultimate. Ziggs ended up being able to do that, but keep in mind he also has the ability to do that with W. Leona ult ends up coming out on the Mordekaiser with stun lands, and he has to flash over the wall to be able to get out. But that leaves the Heimerdinger very vulnerable and out by himself, exposed, allowing them to easily pick him off. Very, very good play there. The way that they were able to pick off the Mordekaiser with the stun right off the bat, getting him out to flash over the pit, being out of the fight, allowing for them to capitalize on this Heimerdinger.
Honestly, the Heimerdinger has been, it's been a little bit underwhelming. It did serve a lot of good lane control in the very, very early game, but now that Leona has started to stack some magic resist on herself, and plus getting extra levels in that in her W as well, is going to make her very, very tanky, which does make the Heimerdinger kind of hit not nearly as hard as they need to in order to kind of shove this Leona off of the wave. But with the Mordekaiser over there on the red buff, did manage to stay overstay is welcome, as it were. But in general, I don't think that the play is too bad, because now Ziggs has been forced to flash yet again, which means that when this Mordekaiser ulti is up yet again, Ziggs has no easy option, especially if Mordekaiser catches him in the mid lane. But Trundle as well got a lot of damage on that top tower, which means that if Belmont decides to commit one too many members towards an objective or any kind of fight, this Trundle will be able to get the first tower. And Trundle is the most split pushing champion in this game. You cannot leave him alone even for a minute, otherwise he's going to turn your towers into a giant sack of gold.
I mean, personally, I think that York was a little better of a split pusher, but the point here is the fact that they're able to do a lot of damage to turrets very quickly. Trundle has that ability with his Q, being able to target turrets as well. Just bashing those turrets in. You leave him alone for, like you said, even like 10 seconds, and he gets half a turret. It's absurd.
Especially in the late game as well, when he has a lot of those items, and potentially even a lot of extra fighting power. Because even though Trundle, his main kind of thing is going to be pushing down turrets, I do think that he is going to be able to get a lot of mileage in these fights. Because as you said, Cassante has a disgusting amount of resistances at base, plus probably a Jack Show, which I wouldn't be surprised of him building. And you did mention the counter of obviously Cassante using that all out to lower his resistances and kind of block the Trundle from getting a lot of ult value. I feel like if the Cassante does have Jock Show, it kind of has a chicken and egg situation. Does the Cassante wait for the Jock Show to scale all the way up to maximize everything from all out and potentially let the Trundle get an even better ulti off, or does he kind of sacrifice Jock Show in exchange for denying Trundle a really good ult?
I mean, either way, Jack Show is going to be able to get those like you're going to be able to get the benefit of the resistances afterwards, but Trundle waiting it out is likely going to be the best call that he can make, because he doesn't have to preemptively ult and possibly lose out on that advantage of the ultimate by Cassante just not engaging during that ultimate. So Trundle can just simply wait for him to actually engage to do the all out, and it makes it more valuable. You can see they're trying to bait out the Trundle ult. They're trying to get it early, and Olaf having to ult here early, as a result, Kayn just ends up ulting him. You're not able to get the value from that Olaf that you're looking for. You're not able to get resets with the auto attacks. He's able to take out Herald as a result. There's a lot of potential, but Kayn doesn't have ultimate anymore, so Mordekaiser gets a free ult onto this Kayn. He's able to do quite a bit of damage. It does look like he elects to re-engage, trying to pick him off before the Ziggs is able to get the kill, but he doesn't, so Mordekaiser doesn't get the value out of his ultimate that we're looking for. That's a very big pick. Like,
yeah,
Mordekaiser arguably was very relevant in this game. He's a very relevant champion to begin with, but the fact that he was able to get Vitalized and Magi's,
boots. I don't know what they're called either, but the spear through Mercury treads.
But yeah, the value that you get out of those very early on, the fact that Mordekaiser doesn't get the fight that he's looking for there, it really makes you wonder, like, who's your target as Mord? Because going for Kayn when he doesn't have ultimate up is a risky play, to say the least, because you have to hold out on that ultimate. Like, are you targeting the Cassante, or are you letting Trundle steal resistances? When you're in these late game fights, you have to make the decision between the two, and you definitely can't ult Leona. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they elect to continue to target these key players in general, or they go for the big damage dealers and possibly lose the 1v1. We'll see.
Yeah,
meanwhile, in top lane,
it's definitely going to be a big story seeing how these two titans of the top lane are going to be faring, but I do think as of right now the bot lane is going to be having a lot of fights of its own, with a bunch of people walking around at deceptively low health, because even though a lot of these people are very high health, if not full health, Mel can turn you into a very dead champion very, very quickly with that ulti and how much damage her passive does. But taking a look at the top lane,
not to see an ultimate from Sante or Trundle here. Yeah, there's the Trundle ult right there. Flash comes out from the Trundle, trying to just catch up to him, but it's not going to be enough. He doesn't have that phase yet. He doesn't have that movement speed on those auto attacks, so we're not going to see as much value. Do note here, in mid lane, Ziggs has a full health turret. Ziggs has quite a bit of turret damage to begin with, but the fact that he was able to get the entirety of mid lane turret without even his turret being touched is kind of absurd.
Yeah,
like, that's a huge advantage.
It was certainly very hard for the Mordekaiser to move into the lane, just kind of in general, because Kayn was kind of hanging around there quite a little bit, because obviously he wanted that red Kayn, and ganking the Mordekaiser is going to be one of the best ways to get it. Over in the mid lane, though, Ziggs and Leona are going to be finding their way onto the Trundle. Down in the bot lane, though, the Dragon is going to be started, but I do think that Allsmite has to give it up, unless I have something absolutely crazy in the works. That is going to be the Rift Herald dropped as well, so now, Allsmite, you've got a very tough situation on your hands. Do you try to fight this, or do you try to go stop the Rift Herald? Ziggs is going to really really, really push you over towards trying to defend this Rift Shield and let them get this dragon for free because, you know, they have a lot of poke damage. Belmonts, they have a lot of upfront damage, they have a lot of sustain, they have a lot of poke, they have so much going for them. And Allsmite, again, I don't really see their late game being better than Belmonts.
I don't know. Late game might be a
Really?
little different. You know, having Leona, a champion with a lot of resistances, there's a lot of champions here that are very powerful against champions with resistances. So we'll see if they're able to fully capitalize on it. With that being said, though, you know, you're seeing Static Shiv, you're seeing this Teemo able to proc the on hits with that electric. Now that it's been, you know, Teemo has been changed substantially. Oh, huge all out coming out from this Cassante, able to get quite a bit of advantage out of this ultimate. But it doesn't look like it's actually doing too much. He's able to get the assist from the Kayn there to be able to finish off Trundle, but he was falling quite a bit low there. Not the kind of fight you're looking for sure. I'm curious what the thought process is here.
It's difficult to say, but Olaf did commit that ulti as well. The Ragnarok is popped and going to be offline for, I believe it's 120 or so seconds, but regardless, it's a big cooldown that was invested for almost nothing. You weren't able to save the Trundle, which I do think is going to be the kind of crown jewel of Allsmite. They need to protect this Trundle because, you know, like you said, there's a lot of resistances on the side of Belmont, and the champion that can best abuse it is going to be this Trundle. Obviously, Olaf can shred armor with Q, which is great. Mordekaiser kind of deals constant damage. You know, Bloodletter's Curse could be very valuable. Same with Heimerdinger as well. Probably going to be picking that up. But at the end of the day, I do think that Trundle has the most consistent and most upfront resistance kind of shred. And if he does fall behind, he's just not going to be able to measure up to anything that Cassante can be.
So Trundles are off the bat just 40%, takes 40% of magic resist and armor. Mordekaiser's ultimate takes 10%.
Okay.
So, just to give everybody a clarification on why I specifically said Mordekaiser taking resistances, you can see Trundle just electing to go straight for the kill, straight for the turret, I apologize, and electing to just simply die to Ziggs, simply because he does destroy turrets so fast. He doesn't really care. You know, it's your ideal situation. Knockup and Leona ult comes out onto this Mordekaiser. He ends up ulting the Kayn, trying to get out of most of that damage, but the Kayn ult is mistimed, or I should say the Mordekaiser E is mistimed on the Kayn ult. So he ends up not pushing him away like he was hoping for. Gets picked off for it as a result. We'll see here, they'll be losing a lot of mid lane as a result, just because Ziggs is there. We're going to see a lot of... No, I apologize, Ziggs is in bot lane right now.
I mean, regardless, it's a lot of pushing power because the grubs were secured. I mean, granted, Allsmite was able to grab 2 for themselves, but the fact that Belmont is still able to get one of these grubs in their hands, and with how much range they drafted, it's certainly very hard to deal with. Up at the top lane, though, Teemo's having a very tough time, gets flashed off by the Cassante, not quite able to find the stun, and all-in combo to take it back over the wall, out of the safety of his tower. But at the same time, I would imagine that Kayn and Cassante could probably dive the Teemo. He's not the strongest right now, and I mean, based on the rotations coming out, maybe it is wise to not dive the Teemo, because he does have some backup coming, but Teemo with 7 items could be pretty darn scary. I haven't seen a lot of that myself, but I can imagine that those mushrooms are going to be hurting quite a bit.
Yeah, especially when you got, like, Sork boots. There's a lot of value that are going to come out from those. We'll see. I'm curious to see, at least, what this Lost Chapter is doing on this Teemo.
Right.
Most likely Blackfire Torch. Like, you know, maybe something a little peculiar. Maybe a Ludens. Maybe.
Ludens would be interesting. You see, it would really work nicely with the shrooms, but we'll get to that a little bit later as a nice all-out from Cassante. Is basically going to save himself over in the middle lane, though. The Teemo is going to try to duel the Mel, but it's just not going to happen. The Reflect does so much damage to him, and again, back up at the top lane, Heimerdinger's stun going to miss. Down over in the bot lane jungle, we've got something going on as well, as Mordekaiser gets caught out once again, and it's just not going to be enough. Tycon's going to be taking him out over in the top lane here. Leona going to be trying to flash away from the brigade of Allsmite as they get to the safety the other tower. The chase is off, and now Allsmite, they're going to be crunched from all angles. They are going to be crunched. Trundle just barely able to avoid that route as Olaf is able to take a bit of a consultation prize in the form of some wolves, but that was a lot of ultimates from both teams, and even summoner spells that were invested in Allsmite. The only question I've got is, what's that worth for you?
I don't know. They're down 3-12 here. Like it's only 5k gold, but you know there's still a morale issue here. I feel like Allstate is really, or Allsmite is really feeling the pressure here. You know they won their first game, but ever since that first game, which still wasn't a definitive win, it wasn't as good of an outlook that they've had on this, especially when you pick such a peculiar comp in that second game. You know, your team might not be looking on you too favorably, like in general. Even like they're trying to get this Baron here, which is a fun kind of skill.
Yeah.
They're trying to sneak it out, and they are going to get it. It doesn't look like anybody really thought to. You know, where might be Trundle and Olaf?
Right, you would expect to be pushing the waves. They are going to be pushing their weapons into the Baron, but down to the bot side though, Mordekaiser just kind of tunnel visioning on the Ziggs, wants to grab that ulti, and with Ziggs not even having flash anymore, he's used it too many times in this game. Gets a big shutdown, $1,000 in his pocket, gonna be able to buy a brand new Leandri's Torments, or at least that's what I assume is going to be coming out here, which is going to be helping him melt a lot of the high health that Belmont has drafted. You know, you've got Leona, you've got Kayn, you've got Cassante. All three of those champions have very high health, very high resistances. That true damage is going to be just ticking away, and especially with that Rylai's in hand, that passive is just going to become a blunder super duper quickly.
Now, I like the idea of going Leandri's here personally. However, this Mordekaiser is going to go with the more standard route of going Riftmaker. I think it would have been more fun. I agree with you. Mel ult coming through actually stops Kayn ult, so we won't see the full value of Kayn ult, but it does look like it got reset as a result. A little not too. I personally thought if you use Kayn ult, it actually took it, so I'm a little confused personally. But Cassante ends up getting picked off here in a very bad position to be in. You know, they're going to be able to shove out this top side. Mid lane is going to just be able to stay put. They have this Baron. They're able to get the true benefit out of it because, you know, you're shoving with two champions that are very strong split pushers to begin with. Ziggs Bomb not going to be able to get the benefit they're looking for simply because of those Baron buff minions being there. But Mel will still take out the Olaf here. Mordekaiser likely also going to fall here, but might be able to join his team in time.
Yeah, honestly, I think that is a pretty chill trade because Olaf, while you're a jungler, Loki trading a tier 2 mid tower is quite good. But look at that knockup of the Kayn. It manages to find all three despite the animation of the Mordekaiser pushing it back. Exhaust going to be used as well. That's a nice ulti onto the Kayn. But can the Mordekaiser finish off the kill? It's the question that has to be answered. Trundle going to be turned on by the Leona, and the bot lane duo is going to be dropped down super duper low. It does have to flash out. Unfortunately, Valvanga does get lost in the sauce. But at that point, you know, from the side of Allsmite, all your carries survived.
Yeah, so when you're playing with this this static shiv that Lema's got, this Teemo applies the poison on hit with the electricity. Mm-hmm. So that was actually what killed the Kayn there.
Oh, I see.
So the benefit that you kind of get from that is so huge. The static shiv is such a strong item on Teemo right now. It really is power spike, honestly. Mm-hmm. Like one of the most powerful power spikes in the game right now after they changed Teemo to have AD ratios. So he does get the benefit of static shiv completely and entirely. You know, it's not ideal to be ticking down with your health bar and just casually getting, you know, completely knocked down from a mile away is even worse. Yeah, there's a lot of poison, there's a lot of damage over time that's just coming out. And we're going to see it here as well in this fight with the Embezzled Trespass does come through from Kayn, able to get quite a bit of healing from that, just simply because of Red Kayn giving you percentage of that damage back as health.
It does keep him alive, but now it's not going to be up for the dragon, which I do think is very important for Belmonts, because, they're starting to stack a lot of these Chemtech dragons. But of course, the healing and shielding amp really is essentially just suited for their comp, because if you give Allsmite the Chemtech Soul, you're giving a Trundle, who has healing and shield, he has healing all by himself. You're giving the Olaf, who has healing and shielding. You're giving the Mordekaiser, who also has healing and shielding, as well as Teemo, who, he's probably not building lifesteal. But the point is that 3 of the 5 champions that Allsmite have drafted, they can abuse the Chemtech Soul so much. The Olaf, the Chemtech Soul, might not be capable of dying as the ulti is going to be forced here, but of course Allsmite has to get to that point in the first place. Bear, we're going to be able to slay Vanga. Going to be opening up this fight now. Rav going to be turned on instead. I do think that he's going to be dying. Mordekaiser over in the back, not able to kill the Ziggs, unfortunately, has to try to flash away, but the Bell ulti and a beautiful W from Kayn is going to make sure that he doesn't get away as Alchemist slays him one last time. Leona going to be hopping in to 3 people, actually. Does not die immediately from it, gets pillared back, but it does not matter. She is so insanely tanky. She can survive literally anything and be A-okay. Now, the Ziggs able to teleport back with full health and mana is going to be a huge headache, because Mel just barely able to save herself with that Zonius. It's just going to be a shutdown from the Olaf, but I do think the damage has been done. If the Trundle's going to try to do anything, but he's outed away from the fight. That's what I meant to say, is Leona is going to tick down, but the damage from Belmont has been done already. Allsmite, you've got nothing but the Heimerdinger left, and the dragon continues to go in the way of Belmont.
Not a good fight there. You lost your Heimerdinger early, and as a result, just kind of fell apart. Heimerdinger actually has quite a bit of items here. He's got the Rylai's, he's got the Leandres, so quite valuable in these team fights. When you lose it, it's not what you're looking for. You're not going to want to take fights. That's a lot of your major CC on this team. There isn't much, so the little CC you've got, you need to be able to keep up and to be able to fully utilize. So with this Heimerdinger, I have not seen personally a Heimerdinger ult all game.
Not really, and honestly, it's probably because we have seen it, the Heimerdinger in the bot lane, and the only real value that Heimerdinger ult gives is, of course, the upgraded rockets and the upgraded E, in the sense of, Mel versus Leona, but at the same time, Mel can rebuttal both of those spells, and you don't really want to hit yourself with ulted Heimer rockets, because that is just one of the best ways in the game to get one shot.
Yeah, no, but this engage from the Leona does come out, and Exhaust coming out on the Olaf does force his ultimate to come out so that he does not get slowed. Heimerdinger is trying to get picked off here by the Mel, but it's not going to be enough for the ultimate to be able to get off. The engage comes out from the Trundle here. He doesn't get ulted, but it's not going to be enough to be able to stop Heimerdinger from falling. We did see a couple good picks there between Teemo and the Olaf they got. I apologize. But the result is that this Mordekaiser is he's just caught out, because he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have disengage. Once he's in a fight, he's kind of stuck there.
Yeah, he did teleport.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
That's all good, that's all good. He did teleport in, which he did manage to find a kill on the Leona, which, yes, it is good. It's extra gold in his pocket. It's some extra experience, but that is a big summoner spell that you did commit, and it's just for a support, Support lives matter, but they're not really worth the most gold, especially when you have major shutdowns on the Ziggs, the Kayn, as well as the Cassante, and, with this Baron in Belmont's hands, it is going to be significantly harder for Allsmite to actually maneuver around this map. That being said, one thing that Heimerdinger is really, really good at doing is, of course, defending against a lot of these siege waves, as we call them, be it super minions or Baron empowered cannons or Baron empowered super minions. Heimerdinger's turrets are insanely good at turning waves into, just nothing that is super duper scary.
Unfortunately, the resistances that the minions do get does provide quite a bit of defense against these Heimerdinger turrets. you can just see they're able to tank up turret hit after turret hit after turret hit, not going down. It's going to be a pretty big issue here. Heimerdinger's just not getting any value out of that pick really at all. Your Olaf is not getting the value out of his ultimate that he's looking for. Mordekaiser is just not. The ultimate is coming through, but your team needs you alive and in the fight. So taking yourself out of a fight is a lot of honestly counterproductive in this situation, and they're just pushing through this with Baron buff. I'd be shocked to see this come out as anything but a inhibitor or but a Nexus fall.
I mean, we're looking at the. Never mind. I was going to say that we were looking at T1 bot lane having quite a lot of success down there, but the fight is going to be kicking off right now. Everyone from Allsmite going to be dropping down super little. Tycon able to find the opener, but it's not quite a return kill from Mordekaiser just yet. Able to find the Leona once again, but the damage the Ziggs is doing is absolutely crazy. Mordekaiser able to stay alive for just a moment, and Cassante could die right here, right now. That will be the savior, but it's just not meant to be, as Wolven Alchemist takes down another to their name, and the Heimerdinger pick. That's a second Ziggs ulti in the same fight. It has to flash into the fountain in order to try to get the healing, and it is going to be a call to recall from a couple members, but they do have teleport quite soon, so I do imagine that this game is going to be signed, sealed, and delivered by Belmonts. Looking to go up 2-1 in this series so far. It's just going to be some more damage farming from the side of the Olaf. Not able to... Oh, okay.
Oh! Okay.
Yeah, that's going to kill.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see a Heimerdinger ult here with the turret, trying to defend Nexus as best he can. But given the fact that there's a Baron buff, it's just not going to happen. Flash comes out on the Mel just to be able to destroy that Nexus. Very clear victory on that one.
The XPK treatment on the Heimerdinger is, just going to be salt in the wound, but that is simply a very dominant victory from the side of Belmont. And you know what? I'll be honest, I do think that they are starting to lose a little bit of momentum. I was going to cope and say that for game number 2, I think they just wanted to run it down. I'm not going to lie. I genuinely think that they were so happy with that map 1 win that they were like, all right, that's chill. We can lose a game 2. Who cares? We'll get a bunch of picks off the table. What are they going to do? Outpick us? I don't think so. But coming into this game, it seems like they did want to draft, some very strong picks, and they really, really did. The Trundle and Olaf, as well as the Mordekaiser to some extent, into a lot of these picks that were drafted by Belmont were actually insanely good answers, but now they're taken off of the table for both teams. A lot of these powerhouses can't be played anymore.
You're going to see quite a bit of potentially strong picks here that I don't know. Going into this essentially the last game, you can't lose another one. Like you're taking these picks off the table. You might be taking Trundle and Mordekaiser or Teemo. I don't know if those are junglers that the Belmont side plays.
Let me see.
But I really hope you like to be able to take out enough of those jungle picks, because you're going to be having to put quite up a fight, quite a big fight here.
Honestly, a lot of Tycon's picks are taken off the table. A couple that are going to be standing out is the Kiana and the Xin Zhao. Unfortunately, everything else that I did find on their op.gg has been picked or banned away from the side of, Allsmite picking a ton of champions. So, I mean, only really 2 champions left in Tycon's pool. Granted, they could still probably pick up something like a Warwick that is, even if you don't have a lot of practice on it, you can still make it happen. But honestly, you do want to be on a champion that you're comfortable in, especially in these later parts of the series, because it can get quite awkward.
Yeah, this game actually went on for a fairly long time. If I was Allsmite in this situation, I would be very happy with this outcome. That's a 36-minute game. That's a lot of time for a game that should have been significantly faster, where you're playing with a Ziggs and a Mel that's ahead. Like, that should not have taken as long as it did. So, maybe this is not the worst outcome you can think of. You put up a good fight, and it shows that you are not giving up. You're not throwing in a towel. And, after a poor second game, you really do show up and demonstrate that you're still at least capable of putting up against your sister team, as you mentioned before.
Hmm.
Uh, obviously there is that rivalry, and I think that that also adds to a lot of the mental impact that these games have. You know, you want to beat your sister team. You
Hmm.
really do. Like
Yeah, yeah.
there's some pride that's into it, but also there's an element of like uh being the superior team for your
Hmm.
organization.
Hmm.
Thinking that
Absolutely.
you are the pride and joy of your organization.
Absolutely, and it's all kind of coming down for Allsmite. They've had a bit of a Cinderella story, excuse me, by putting together their roster of well, not quite Cinderella story. There is another org here that has had quite a tough time putting together their roster, but they aren't playing today. The main thing I did want to say for the Allsmite roster is, of course, every single one of them are junglers. They all love playing in the jungle, and so just kind of coming together. It's kind of like five friends starting a band. They might not be the best in town. They might not have the greatest music of all time, but the fact that they are up there, showing their stuff, playing and having a wonderful time is certainly something to be said because there's a lot of people that are kind of caving to a lot of the meta picks. And, obviously it's meta for a reason, right? It's good, it's practiced, it's one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. But, just playing the same old thing over and over again can kind of weigh down on you. So even though they did lose two games back to back, and with a lot of champions that are going to be taken off the table, I think that they are going to be happy with this game nonetheless because at the same time, they can just kind of brush it off.
So we saw quite a big solar play on that last game.
Mhm.
Forgive me, but you had Leona, you had Mel. These are two champions
Mhm.
that are very themed around the sun.
Yeah.
Diana was picked the game before.
Okay.
You know, the I'm thinking the Aphelios pick here.
Okay.
Keep that theme going.
Okay. Interesting.
Have a little bit of fun. But
Yeah.
that's just my 2 cents. Everybody always forgets about Aphelios anyways. So
That's very true. Let me check my handy dandy notebook here. It seems like both ADCs also forget about Aphelios. Neither of them play it,
oh,
unfortunately. He's very, very good, right? Mind you, he's got some of the best area damage in the game. Definitely one of the hardest hitting hyper carries as well. But that being said, Twitch can be taken off the table. A very solid answer to Aphelios, I would say, because Twitch does have a lot of early power. It kind of falls off in the mid game, but certainly comes back in the late game with all of the extra attack range that he gets, and just it's really kind of hard to nail him down anyways.
you know, uh, Belmonts end up taking first pick here, which hasn't happened in any of the other games. Belmont
Mhm.
has been the second. Oh, I apologize. Never mind. We swapped here, left and right sides. Allsmite is on the left side now, is on blue side, while Belmont is on right side. So I apologize. Belmont is still taking for first pick here. So they are still taking um you know the
Yeah.
last game they first picked the Mel. They've been very confident with a lot of these picks. Their compositions have been very clear, very thought out. If you're the
All right.
coach, well done. Like you guys have worked on very clear compositions, very clear goals that are coming through. They're being able to be demonstrated very clearly.
Mm.
With
Ooh,
that being said,
interesting.
your junglers are getting caught out here. You're losing a lot of your very clear picks in that jungle. And as a result, you're not going to be able to get the value that you're looking for. Victor being
Right, right,
picked against Ari is a very bold pick, but it's a very
right.
once one of them gets ahead, the other does not see the light of day. We'll see
Uh,
Ornn being picked,
I mean, listen, we're
likely going
talking
to be
about
top.
we're talking about the Victor not being able to get ahead against the Ari. It can be kind of tough because obviously, Ari, an assassin mage, Victor doesn't have any mobility. His W is kind of useless against Ari as well, especially once she hits level 6. But I do think that Victor will always kind of have a way back into the game just because of those ability upgrades. The second he can get experience, he kind of just becomes a different champion. And with Ornn in the game as well, I do think that Allsmite is kind of drafting for a crazy late game powerhouse because if Victor reaches late game, gets all of his items online, and gets all of his abilities upgraded, and Ornn gives him, an upgraded death cap or literally any upgraded item, he is going to be hitting so darn hard. And Ahri and Jinx, they don't really build a lot of health. They don't have a lot of innate resistances or health in themselves. So yes, the Ahri, if she does get ahead, she can kind of take over the map. I do think that they still have to respect the victor, even if he does, basically feed his mind off in the earlier parts of the game.
Yeah, you got to be careful here. If you're Allsmite, Belmont has been very good at getting ahead in an early game. When you pick the Jinx, there's a lot of value that's going to come through because of those passive resets.
Mhm.
Getting excited, it really does turn games. If
Yeah,
this Jinx gets ahead
absolutely.
early game, this will be a very clear stomp.
I would
However,
imagine so,
if you're
yeah.
able to prevent the Jinx from getting ahead, I I haven't seen the rest of this comp, obviously, but if you don't have any other big damage powerhouses, which you pick Jinx, you pick Ahri, I would be I would be surprised if they didn't pick another very high damage champion. These are both champions that need to get ahead to be relevant. So if they get behind, there could be a lot of opportunity for Allsmite to be able to get the turnaround like they got in the first game.
Mhm. Well, we're talking about the previous game, but I'm really confused on what's going on this game because there is a Shen, and a part of me wants to say that it is going to be a Thresh top. I don't know why, but I really want to say it's a Thresh top because obviously, Allsmight has drafted Ornn, which kind of is the top lane champion of all the top laners. For Belmont as well, they're going to be drafting the Sejuani and Aatrox. Sejuani is one of the few junglers that I don't think Belmont's jungler plays a crazy amount of. So maybe this is going to be the breaking point for the Belmonts. Their main playmaker kind of losing a lot of their tools that they've had. But we'll see. Aatrox definitely a very potent laner, has a lot of strength, and same with fighting potential. But Xayah gonna round off the draft. How do you feel about that one?
Honestly, I think this is the pick. This is the one you're looking for. This is exactly what you want as ADC. You can see
Yeah.
quite a bit of potential. Oh, they did pick the
Oh my goodness.
Aphelios!
They listened. They listened to your call. They picked the Aphelios. Oh my goodness.
So we do see the Aphelios pick, which is not something that they're customarily used to playing. I think
Nope.
they're trying to have fun with this one. I think
I think
they
you're right.
know that they're down in terms of mental. I think they're trying to bring that up. I don't think this is a lost game by any chance. And I'm not saying that they're trying to have fun because they're not doing well. I think that this is just a fun comp because of the amount of just capability that the comp has.
Mhm.
Once this team snowballs, it's gone. But that goes for
Yeah.
the other side as well. Belmont has a very similar comp in terms of snowball potential. So, which side do you think is going to come out on this one?
Ah, See, it's hard to say because
Shen
I feel
Shen's most likely to be jungle, by the way. Just a heads up.
interesting. See, I was kind of thinking that as well, but I haven't really seen a lot of Shen jungle happening, so I don't really know the clear. And I wouldn't imagine that it's super fast, especially against the Sejuani. But regardless, in terms of who actually wins this game, assuming both teams are on even XP, even gold, and even items, Smite wins every day of the week. Like Belmonts has zero chance of cutting down this Ornn. They cannot get onto the Aphelios because of Thresh and Shen especially. Even if you ult the Aphelios, congratulations, Shen ults him, and now you have to deal with him instead. It's so insanely hard to
Welcome back, everyone, to Ember Cinder League Quarterfinals. Keep in mind, this is a matchup between two sister organizational teams. We have Allstate on blue side here and Belmont on red side. Currently 1-2 in this matchup, and it's been a very interesting series that we've been going through here, but unfortunately, one of our casters had to leave us. I'll be joined here by Cherry J instead for this next map and for the rest of the series. You can easily see an early Thresh Hook coming out. Aphelios is not going to be able to do much level 1 though. Going into this matchup, we'll see a lot of potential for an early snowball, whether it be from our Belmont team or Allsmite team. There's going to be likely some kind of momentum that's picked up as this game progresses. We saw it in every game previously, where one team has very dominantly come back or been strong the entirety of the game and just kept that momentum going as the game progresses. Very upward graphs that we've seen. So most likely, whatever team chooses to get ahead here, or is able to get ahead at the very least, will likely be the team to end up winning this map out. But we'll see what happens. What do you think? Anyways, going back to this game, we can see in the top lane here, we've got a fairly decent fight between Ornn and Aatrox. In this matchup, we're going to be seeing a lot of CC from that. Aatrox, Ornn's going to have to utilize his W very carefully to be able to counter that. Mid lane, we're going to see a lot of poke from both sides. You can see Ahri electrocute while Victor ended up going Deathfire Torch. So there's going to be quite a bit of kind of a back and forth here, especially from the Victor, who is going to have a lot of poke, while Ahri is trying to do a lot more burst heavy here with the electrocute. When we're going to be going through this matchup, keep in mind the Aphelios barrier and the Jinx barrier, because Jinx has not brought barrier in these previous... sorry, I apologize. Nautilus elected to exhaust this game, as opposed to the heal. Either way, I actually believe it was Thresh that brought the heal. I apologize. With the map swap, I have to keep reminding myself that this is Allstate on blue side and Belmont on red. You can see the Scuttle Crabs that we mentioned earlier last game, very important. Aphelios trying to get this Scuttle Crab, or stop it from happening, ends up getting picked off by the Nautilus hook, gets exhausted, stunned by the Sejuani E passive, able to get quite a bit of power off there. That was the Shen, actually. I apologize. Not a Felios. It looked like a Felios. I saw a very skinny character. Thought it was. But it makes a lot more sense that that was Shen there, considering that was quite a bit of power that came out there. See in mid lane, the charms are being landed here, but there's not a lot of mana on this Ahri here, so she is not going to be able to take many more trades than that one. I'd be shocked if she didn't back here. She ends up electing to try to take this fight again. Another charm coming out, able to get underneath, barely not underneath the turret. So he doesn't end up taking that extra damage and is able to get out, able to get more stacks on that passive, the Glorious Evolution. We'll see those evolved abilities coming out here in this game. Likely going to be the change in whatever happens in mid lane, whether it be the continued domination of the Victor, or the change of the evolutionary tides for Victor to be able to become stronger against the Ahri. Meanwhile, top lane, we know for sure, is going to be a very favored fight for Ornn in the very late game, at the very least. However, in this early game, there is quite a bit of poke damage that'll come out from this Aatrox onto the Ornn. Just the sustain that Aatrox has, the Conqueror rune able to do quite a bit of sustain with the Omnivamp that it provides. You'll see the Nautilus hook easily going to come out here onto this Victor. He's able to get the W off to be able to stun him. Cage already able to get quite a bit of damage off, able to slay Victor for that second kill of the game. In this early game, though, in this top fight, there does appear to be quite a few tower shots that this top lane is taking, but is able to end up getting the kill on the Ornn. That World Ender able to do the damage that he was looking for. You lost the Ornn flash there as a result of that fight. He was only level 5, so there was a lot of missed opportunity that could have gone, in the way of Ornn. Ornn had the capability, had a giant wave, if he was able to stay back and be able to protect, but he wasn't, unfortunately, and got forced into a fight by that Aatrox knock-up, the hook coming through. Likely going to be a skirmish here, we'll see on bot lane. Ahri is late to the fight, so she's not going to get there in time. Sejuani has to dash over the wall, and as a result, Nautilus is going to get caught out alone. We'll see them give that kill to the Victor here. Likely was trying to give the kill to either Aphelios or Victor, trying to give it to one of their carries, get them ahead quite a bit. They were trying to stagger him out. In the meantime, Ahri's waiting at this bush, is able to get the charm, but the hook comes through from that thresh on the Ahri, and she's going to end up dying, falling while using her R as well. So Ahri will have no escape when we come back to this mid lane fight. Meanwhile, while we wait for the support and jungler of Allstate to take the dragon, as well as the ADC, we'll be looking at this mid lane fight, and at least in top lane, where they're still continuing to do these skirmishes. Aatrox is trying to utilize as much as he possibly can, but unfortunately, Ornn has elected to buy the anti-heal very early, as one would normally do against an Aatrox, but it's still being very heavily zoned off here. There's not a lot that Ornn can actually do against his Aatrox early game, simply because of that extra AD that Aatrox gets from his ultimate. We'll likely see this as a reoccurring kind of issue that Ornn might have to deal with in this game. Exhaust comes out on the Aphelios as Nautilus gets hooked, but it's not likely going to be enough. Thresh does have to get that last hit on the Nautilus before he gets out. So bot lane does end up getting their pick here that they were looking for. Likely going to get level 6 as well, while Nautilus is a little bit behind. Not what you're looking for as a bot lane, but Jinx does get level 6, so we might see a Rocket come out here as a support to a possible Aatrox engage, or even a Shen. Or to support against the Shen, I should say.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we're seeing this squad making their play over in top side with the Aatrox, finding the first kill, going to be able to give them the skyrocketing their gold lead, but of Of course, if the charm does connect, a little bit of a rush to get this damage dealt, but Baru still sticking alive pretty consistently, and this Dandan now conceding it. The Spirit Rush comes back, connecting the charm that almost was the kill to be found. Unfortunately, still just going to be able to say arrive. That leap in HP loss not going to be able to connect a win.
Yeah, we can see that the E was evolved from Victor here. That Hextech Ray, quite powerful. We can see the extra explosion that it has. Grubs was taken by the Shen there, quite definitively from Thresh, just because Sejuani just was not there on that top side, or at least just didn't see it coming. There's not a lot of vision that they have on this top side of the map. And that's not to say that bot side does have vision, because it honestly really doesn't. This is very red side favored in vision.
Of course, I mean, we're looking at this, and the Belmonts are doing a great job being able to scale themselves up in, as Allsmite now going to have to back off for the time being, and when they have that Drake, it is going to give them a bit of a viable option to be able to try and play towards that leverage, the lead that they have already obtained. But over on the other side of things, Belmont, they have a pretty substantial gold lead. It's around 1k right now, but of course, when you're looking at the purchase capacity we're going to be seeing up in topside, they're likely going to be able to find success soon, as we're already seeing this Aatrox really putting in the work, as Rev shut down again, putting down to half HP, not going to want to try and force out an issue in that area. But over in bot lane, there's already a big issue as the ulti comes through from the Sejuani. They're trying to trade it out, a couple flashes to be exchanged, but for the time being, it is just a pretty one-sided affair down in the bot lane. Flash from Talarama, and it's going to be rough. On the other side of things, though, it is going to be this Aphelios attempting to make a play over towards the support, but instead they'll be able to take advantage of Wolven, who goes down, and fortunately for the Nautilus, they'll be able to stay alive for the time being. Looking like there's going to be a bit of a pinch down the bot side, however, as Baru coming down, looking to march over towards the bot laner, and unfortunately the charm does miss, but the Spirit Rush should be enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, Victor, you could see, able to get punished for this, simply because he tried to walk down, he tried to help out his ADC, but he was just too late on that engage, and Shen ended up, you know, coming in late on that last, like, just now, when he ended up taking the teleport from Unsealed Spellbook, trying to get back into that fight. So Shen has Unsealed here, and it's not a rune that we frequently see. That's why we saw the teleport come through from Shen, not his ultimate.
At the time being, it is still going to be the Sejuani who's really been able to facilitate the majority of the damage dealt for this team. We look towards the bot lane, where we are going to be getting a Drake in just a few moments. They're likely going to be one of the main players looking to contribute into that, especially due to the fact that the opposing jungler not in any nearby capacity. They're approximated all the way over towards the top side of their own jungle, leading to them being more, I guess, invested on towards just being able to get a rotation over there. But as so many players making stands over in the bot side towards this Drake, it's likely going to be leading to them going all in on that soon. But over again top side, Rev taking a significant amount of damage. Allsmite certainly not going to be in an optimal spot, especially as the Drake is going to be started right about now.
Yeah, we'll see the inexperience of the Sejuani player, simply because they are not used to playing as much as people. We'll see Cage comes out here from Thresh, just trying to zone them off. Aphelios ult does land this time, but it's exhausted, unfortunately, stopping him from being able to do too much with it. But he still has quite a bit of damage output. They'll be able to get the kill here on Nautilus. Just the Riptide not coming out in time, or Depth Charge, I apologize, in time. Just, unfortunately, Jinx ult is blocked by Aphelios, able to save just barely our Thresh's life.
Coming up towards top lane once more, we're going to be seeing the Aatrox taking a bit more damage over towards the tower, not going to allow them to keep that online. They won't be able to break it more likely than not due to the fact that Rev is coming in close proximity soon, but now dividing themselves towards the mid side, we do see both the Nautilus and Ahri in close proximity to it. However, the Nautilus in general going to evade any chances. Spirit Ref tries to make the connection, and it will. Baru able to find the kill, and they go back on down. But as we are now seeing the traps delayed, Woven attempting to be able to stay alive, and unfortunately, as there is going to be the exhaust connected, it leads to that lack of movement, causing a death in the support lane. So unfortunately, on the other side of things, it will be for naught, as the opposing mid laner got solo killed just a few moments ago. But overall, Belmont, they're still going to be in a pretty good spot. They have a decent lead for the time being, and with the Shen coming up, they're likely going to be able to make a decent flank happen as they're coming down. But as the Call of the Iron Forge God comes involved, it is going to lead to this Aatrox's demise most likely. They might have the World Ender, and they're going to be able to pop it. Look at that healing. Despite the Bramble Vest, they're going to be staying alive so well.
Yeah, the Bramble Vest is only on the Ornn, so with the Shen going in without the Ornn, there's not that advantage. But Thresh comes through with that support, able to zone off Aatrox for getting those kills. So there isn't actually much that was invested besides Thresh going up to top lane. So it'll take him some time to go back to bot, but he'll be able to run through mid while he's at it. It doesn't look like they're going to give him the opportunity to go through mid. Ahri's going down to bot lane. We can see here, pathing down that left side, is going to be able to cut off this Aphelios' escape from, well, the Jinx and the Nautilus. There's definitely going to be a play going on right now in bot. They're going to tower dive here for sure, 100%. Thresh is coming through on that left side. Is actually going to get picked off himself here, simply because he kind of went around by himself. There was 4 people down in bot side. So Jinx gets excited. She's able to take out this turret, most of this turret here, if not the entirety of it.
And the team probably realizing the fact that it was a much more viable target to go for the Thresh rather than diving the Aphelios down the bot side. Not to say they wouldn't have been able to get it, but if you didn't see somebody like the Nautilus taking the target priority first, then there definitely could have been a destructive outcome in that for like a 1-for-1 or something of that caliber. Rather than if you just fight the Thresh, you're going to be able to get the kill, back off, you're in a sweet situation at that point. Up in top lane, we will be seeing that tier 1 tower destroyed. So with that offline, it is going to be giving that Aatrox even more gold input into themselves. And of course, we do look at the current state of everything. It is in the mid lane where we'll be getting another kill. They've really been exploiting the entirety of this mid lane, as Tycon able to get the next kill, putting this opposing mid laner in the grave as Dandan loses their life. And with 3 players in this lane, there's a good chance that they'll like to try and press the issue and head farther down onto this mid turret. However, it does seem like that isn't going to be the end all be all. They're looking for the Herald as Tycon starting to move up into that direction.
Yeah, it was not the ideal situation. Aphelios just has a lot of damage early on with that Hex Optics, so we'll see a lot of his damage being able to be utilized, especially with that Calibrum. Able to get the kill on that Nautilus very, very definitively, not even having to use ult, but he does have the pop barrier. TP does come through with the Aatrox. He's able to get into this fight. I'm curious whether they're going to be able to utilize or fully utilize, especially since the Aatrox just missed his flash over the wall.
Well, it's looking good for the side of Allsmite. They got a lot of players grouped up in this mid lane, and instead of opting up for the Herald, it certainly seems like there's other intentions, looking to possibly play for the Drake incoming in 10 seconds or so. It is going to be the Infernal, something that I'm sure these players are all going to be happy with. It really does work wonders for these mid laners and bot laners in particular. Obviously in the top side, neither team going to be too interested in it, as those are all tankier players, but already certainly going to be the Sejuani targeted as as Tycon put into a real blender. We're getting the rocket utilized early on, and of course with the call of the Ironforge God is going to leave a couple players hindered for the time being, though. Rev still alive and healthy over in the bot side of the jungle. They're starting to chase as the flash comes over the wall. They're getting disrupted by the blast cone. Two players now isolated from each other, and that is going to cause the side of Belmont to really start to get themselves separated, as well as they got to chase both targets, but they're able to find all three in the end. But not just 3 targets to be found, they're also going to be able to take a Drake with it.
Yeah, there was a lot of value that they actually got out of that play there. Not only did they be able to, come around to be able to get those kills, they're also shutting down 2 people who have been struggling this entire game. That's Shen and that Ornn. Ornn is substantially down in gold right now. Only at 98 CS versus the 153 that Aatrox happens to have. Unfortunately for this Thresh, though, who happened to get a Hawk on Dauntless, he's probably not going to want to take that trade.
That certainly wasn't ideal. Now it's looking like there's going to be a very one-sided affair incoming. It has a decent bit of a gold lead starting to come in. It really does seem like this Belmont squad is going to be able to run through. And of course, with them being up 2-1 in the series, that will likely be something that their opponents are needing to be able to hinder for the time being. We see 2 of these players still at 0 deaths. That Sejuani somehow being able to live through that past engagement definitely surprising the majority of our minds, because of the fact that they were targeted pretty substantially towards the beginning of that engagement, and unfortunately, because they were able to evade death, they were able to get back, and with so much resources exhausted onto them, it just led their opponents to being completely just drained of all options. And so now, as we do get into this fight in the bot side, Rev, they're not a very, I guess, squishy character at all, so they're likely going to be able to survive as much as possible, even if things do get dicey as they are now, due to the fact that Baru already utilizing so much of their utility. There is going to be the Spirit Rust investment, and that could be enough to be able to seal the deal.
Huge fight going on Rift Herald here. Sejuani actually gets the ultimate off, lands it onto both the Aphelios and the Ornn. I believe it hit the Aphelios there. They were able to get the pick off as a result. Aphelios, obviously the only character on this Allsmite team that's actually doing fairly decently. So with the loss of that damage output, there really isn't much that Belmont is able to fear, or has to fear, I should say, against this Allsmite team. Aphelios is really, Victor a little bit, but right now, Victor doesn't have enough items to really be as relevant as he would like to be. So we won't see them fearing him as much as he'd like to be respected. But it does look like he is being respected in this top lane. He's taking quite a little poke. We'll see the Shen here engage here on a corner with the Ornn Forge God coming through. Unfortunately, with that dash over the wall, Aatrox is able to get fairly far, but not far enough.
Yeah, certainly not optimal by any means, but what that is going to mean is, of course, this is going to be even more leeway given over towards the Belmont squad. They get themselves a bit of a lead once more, and of course, as we do look towards this jungle, there's going to be a few players, this Aphelios especially, who is going to get a little bit on the lighter end of things. They're not going to have the optimal HP line, and so as they do get unhealthy up in top side, it will be Baru to come in swinging. There probably should have been a little bit more discipline coming in from the Victor to back off, and knowing the fact that their opponents are likely going to be understanding their HP, understanding that they can all take them in a 1v1, and unfortunately for them, they did end up getting called out. So now, with the lead extended once more, we'll be seeing 1:30 until this next Drake does come up, and I think both teams really going to be having their eyes set on it. It's certainly going to be something that both these teams are going to look for, and we kind of discussed it in the pregame, where, of course, you look at this Allsmite squad, they have a significantly snowball heavy comp, and if it can work well, it certainly, will work well, but unfortunately for the time being, it certainly isn't something that is going to be very optimal for them.
Likely, we're going to see these ornaments becoming very relevant. You can see the first one underneath Despair being upgraded for that Ornn. Obviously, he's hit that level 13 spike. Level 13 gives him 1 mastery work for himself, but every level afterwards will see 1 item upgraded for each champion. So the value that we'll get out of these items will likely be enough to make a big difference. They're trying to get pick on the Ahri here. She's got a very hefty shutdown. So they're getting this onto the Aphelios would be very valuable. Through a hook landing, and Aphelios is going to be able to get the damage off here. Aphelios, picking off the exhausted Ahri, who they ended up having to flash for. But honestly, the value that they got out of that kill, the 1k gold, was plenty enough to make up for it.
Over up in top lane, it is going to be this top side that really does seem to have a bit of an exploitation over towards it, but it is just going to be traded for this Drake down in bot lane. So you're going to be able to take a tier 1 turret, which might be an okay trade. I mean, likely not something that they would have liked to have happen, but they're saying, well, we could either give over our lives in the Drake, or we could give over the Drake for a little bit of a gold equalizer. Obviously, it won't be close to being able to completely shift the tide of this game, but it will be something that will at least be a small lead. And as we do see the Nautilus heading over towards topside, that'll give them a bit more, I guess, just open game across the entirety of the map, as they'll have so many players spread out, being able to catch off their opponents, not give them a single inch. And if they can cancel this Thresh back, it certainly could have led to devastation. Unfortunately, won't be the case. Still, however, they do have that Jinx up in mid lane, going to be able to farm there. There's the Ahri farming over in topside, obviously down in bot lane. Rev, they've been in this matchup before. They know how difficult it is to play through it.
We'll see quite a bit of sustain coming out for, this all-state or Allsmite team from this Aphelios. He's going to be able to have quite a bit of healing that nobody else in the team really has. So there's not going to be as much urgency to buy that anti-heal. So we might not see it for quite a while, especially since they don't have Ignite. This might be quite an opportunity for the Aphelios to exceed when he has Severum up.
Time being, Blast Cone gets him over the wall once more, and as now is that 4v3, a little bit more optimized over for this blue side with a bit of a man advantage. However, the last player coming in close contact now, connecting the hook. It is definitely not the ideal player to connect it onto. The Nautilus, one of, if not the most tanky players on the Rift at the moment, and they are just going to start barreling down the mid lane by the looks of things. They have both their Jinx and Nautilus already poised up in this position. Locket gets dropped. They're going to back off for the moment, and it certainly is just going to be a bit of a standstill. 3 minutes until that Drake does appear, and of course, Belmonts, they're certainly going to be a bit more enticed to fight for it because of the fact that they are going to be on soul point, and I imagine that they will have the gold advantage to be able to just leverage that and walk into a bit of a just chopping block for their opponents and give themselves a bit of a lead.
Tell the teams are just genuinely having fun here. Ahri doing a little bit of dancing in mid lane. Like, with the Aphelios pick here, that's not something that they typically play. We know that these teams are just, they might be rivals, but they're still here to have fun. They're still here to play the game at the end of the day. They want to just enjoy themselves. And it's nice to see that's what they're doing. At the end of the day, no matter how far behind they might get, no matter which side is ahead or behind, like, they're just here to enjoy themselves. Ultimate coming through from Victor here, not able to get too much out of it. Nautilus does come through with his ult, not going to get too much out of it either, but the Jinx is able to get a pick on the Shen, who engages a little bit too far for his own good, such as wanting able to pick him off with the Q as well as the Frozen Tomb, or Glacial
Of course, we're looking at this Thresh hit by the hook, and over towards Rev, they're now taking a substantial amount of damage. Tycon will be the one to inevitably find the kill. Still a few more minions to be able to play towards, but in the end, they won't need them. They still have a lot of tankiness coming in from the Nautilus to be able to destruct the turret either way. Now, opting in for the inhibitors, with a couple players inevitably following in suit, they are going to be able to force this Belmont squad to retreat for the time being. They could end up opting in for the Baron, but for the time being, they are still standing still.
Fairly decent hook actually coming through onto that Sejuani. Unfortunately, not able to get the follow through that they're looking for. But this is a 3v2 fight. This is a fight that this is what you're looking for when you're looking at this team. Unfortunately, they don't know where the rest of the team is. The rest of that Belmont team is, so they're not likely going to elect to actually take this trade or this skirmish. That, you know, had they had more vision, had they had more knowledge in this game, they might have tried to take. But unfortunately, due to the fact that they didn't have that, kind of had to force themselves to back off a little bit because they didn't know where that support might be coming from.
Certainly not going to be an easy game for them, but with the time that they have, I mean, Belmonts, this definitely is going to be a game, you know, in their court. They are being definitely a little bit stronger right now. Hex Flash comes through, and they're just going to be walking down in top lane while the rest of the team fighting over in mid side. Obviously, we look towards the mid lane due to that teleport on a line, so Barry, they might end up opting in for that for the time being, though. Allsmite going to start this engagement over towards the bot side. It will be the Thresh looking to instigate for the time being, though they can't really get too much. Starting up the Drake, however, the World Ender completely making their opponents backing up. However, look at the self-heal. It's absurd, and for the time, it is just going to be the call of the Iron Forge God to really start to make some destruction. It only connects onto one, but the rest of the team having to evade it. TD getting this next pick, and as the rest of the team just obliterating this bot side, it is all Smite getting completely taken down, and Dan might get shut down with them. It is still going to have the jungler up and active. They're looking for the Smite, and they'll take it!
They really were not expecting that Chen to be over the wall because they thought he was going to be defending. It's the logical choice would be to defend base at this moment. There's a lot of pressure that's coming out onto that Allsmite base. You know, there's super minions. They're going to be getting Baron here in a second. So losing your Shen is not the ideal position, but he does get that Drake out of it because they weren't expecting him to go for it.
That is rough for sure, but it might not make too big of a splash in this game. The Baron shut down next, and as they do take a bigger lead in this game, it is likely going to be Belmonts who will be able to barrel down the mid lane and take this quarterfinal match in fashion. There's so little time for contention. For the time being, it certainly does seem like Allsmite has to make magic. They have to be able to walk on water, and unfortunately, it really does just seem impossible. The big player that they gotta try and play towards is the Aphelios, the only one on this team currently positive. With the 4 items that they do have obtained, that might be enough to get them across with a single team fight if they can really all just look to give them as much sustainability as possible, specifically the Shen and Ornn. But even then, it's going to cause for a lot of speculation on if they're even going to be able to do it. We do look towards Belmonts. They're certainly having an interesting play. All 4 members now heading up topside, as well as the Ahri down in bot. They're completely opting out of mid lane, electing for the split pushes over towards the side lanes, and with so many people gathering over, ramping up the defenses on this top side, it is going to cause the turret to fall despite that. And the Ornn now taking so much damage, or not Ornn, sorry, we're looking at the Nautilus taking a substantial amount of damage. Rev now phenomenally done, and as they do get T-Die on a low HP line, they're forced into the World Ender, and that might be another team fight, possibly one, just by able to scrape away this kill.
So they definitely were not expecting that Ornn to come in with the Raid of the Forge God, the Call of Forge God. They had missed it fairly frequently beforehand, but they ended up coming out and landing it on all 3 or all 4 of the members of that team. Just not what you were expecting here. Unfortunately, that Jinx damage also wasn't what the Allsmite team was thinking that they were going to have. So that Jinx is fairly excited. She's just going to take out the Nexus here. This, unfortunately, might be the end of the road for Allsmite.
It does seem like it is the minions, the players, everyone coming down on the Nexus, and they'll take a 3-1 victory. Belmonts delivering the final punch to their sister squad, Allsmite, and take themselves up to the semifinals. That was phenomenally done for sure, but that is going to be it. The game one of this Ember Cinder League taken to a halt, and it was pretty phenomenal fashion, I gotta admit.
I want to make a couple comments real quick. Just because this Allsmite squad came out quite strange at the very beginning of this game, at the very beginning of this whole fight, this entire match here, there was a couple, very strong plays that they began this entire series with. They had a very strong first game after a weaker start that they came back, they pushed forward, and they won very distinctly with over, I believe it was a 10k gold difference or 12k gold difference in that first game. Very distinct victory. However, with the coming games afterwards, there was not as much luck. There just was not the picks that they were looking for. Those choices from the just roster selection on those champions, not always what you want to see for your team. Nunu Willop being support, not the most customary of choices, not a very safe pick, we'll say. But it was able to get quite a little bit of value. But despite that, it still was not enough to be able to win that match. We saw a very peculiar comp in that game. We saw a very peculiar comp at the next game. There was just, you got to be wondering, like, how much of this was, them just kind of having fun, and how much of this was like, was there really like, I guess I want to say that, at the end of the day, it really seemed like these guys were really trying to have a good time, and they didn't care too much about what the real outcome was.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very good game for sure. Both teams put in their best, but in the end, of course, that 3-1 is the full outcome. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for tuning in, sticking around for the ECL quarterfinals. That was going to be it for our series, and see you all next time with some more games. Of course, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will be the next games happening of each league. It is starting to really ramp up, and you're not going to want to miss any of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you all next time. Peace out. Have a good night.
Blinding lights, lost in your eyes, feeling the pressure. You and I, spending the night, chasing forever.